Hopefully that's on. I'll just check it on my phone. Sounds good. Right. Any button. Is the remote working this time? Sometimes it doesn't listen to the keyboard when I've got the remote plugged in. Alt and Tab might help. There we go. Will Holden Harrison. Howdy do, Mr. Wolf. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. What are we on? Yeah, Loaf Horse. Sandswept 60%. Hopefully I can get it finished tonight. I've done a little bit of a, I don't know, map maintenance since last week. I didn't do loads, probably took a couple of hours just building a few roads. To be honest, some of the roads needed paving really because of the semi-trucks, and then getting the bloody paver there and the roller takes a good old while. Kenneth Russ, Yo Wolf, hope all is well. I'm not too bad, cheers dude. Felt a bit like, every time I have something to eat, I go really like faint for some reason. And I feel like I'm melting, but I don't feel ill or anything. Just feel like I'm really hot, and yeah, I go faint. So hopefully I'm all good. We'll try and last for the length of the live stream. Yeah, so since last week, I'm trying to think, what have I done? I just put a little bit of road in there because the semi-trucks couldn't get up. Last week I had that mule with something to deliver. For some reason it was there. I can't remember why I left it there. I've got 10 logs in that zone, because that zone's really nitpicky. Even like driving the logger in, it was still saying I only had 8 out of 10. I had to kind of ram it against the wall for it to randomly register it. I think I already had that road, but I did these little patches, which I've not rolled. Hopefully the AI are making it there so far, so hopefully that'll do. I've got the mule with the solar panels and everything loaded up, ready to go to do that mission. I've got a links over in the corner here, because there's an artifact thing you've got to drag back. I've patched various bits of this road, also paved along and up there, because last week I had to kind of carry the semi up that hill with the crane. Yeah, a few little patches along here. I ended up using the step pike to bring the paver some of the way, because it ended up being faster. The bloody scalper, at least on this map, it doesn't annoy me on this map because it actually works. Yeah, paved along there as well, and there, because mainly, again, there's some semi-truck missions I think I've got to drive. Paved along there, and then I've not built the bridge, but I got the bridge there ready, done a little road, and I think lastly, that new vehicle, the Alki thing, as I'll put the straps on. I've got 9 concrete slabs in there, which I want to take down and build that bridge. And yeah, that should make the Solar Radiance Lab missions a little bit smoother. Right, may as well pick a mission in that case. I'll do this river base one, because I think that's the one I was kind of halfway through. Again, I'm pretty much done it now, but yeah, I got 10 logs out the river base and just drove them to that square. Nothing too crazy. Can I enter the vehicle? There we go. Will, also, hallelujah, the 40-ton dump truck no longer leaks sand. Yeah, I'm glad they finally fixed that. If they'd done like, I saw something say somewhere like a patch 3.0. I must have just missed it with this one. Like I didn't even really know they'd added the new trucks, but I did notice on my 2nd or 3rd day on Kernel, because I've pretty much spent the vast majority of each evening like building roads on there. But yeah, I thought at first I was getting a bit lucky with this sand, the dumper thing, that it wasn't leaking.
Looking at all the distance you just covered there got me thinking again. I know we're not doing that much in the grand scheme of things. I just sit here and help you help folks. But what could really be better than this? Makes me feel like we're both doing something useful. Feels good, don't it?
Certainly does. Oh yeah, and replace the damaged valves. There's 2 valves out to collect from about there. I brought them around in a mule, put the first one in place, and then yeah, got this one that I've just got to drop in. Oh, it's took me out of the crane menu. I left it in the crane menu. Hang on, oh, engine not running. Oh, it's probably because I sort of turned the game off to go back out, go to OBS, turn all that on and everything. Nice. Rebel by choice, morning mate, how's it going dude? Good to have you joining us. Trying for no crowns tonight. Yeah, I must admit, they don't seem to have removed them so far. Right, I've got a few mules dotted around. I've got loads of cargo, but I can't. Oh, in fact, there you go. I bet dropping the valves off has opened up the construction zone. I won't do it right now, but at some point I'll have to get a warden, and then I can spawn loads of materials and yeah, get a bit of money stacked up on this playthrough as well. Breathe life into the solar station. I'll do that one soon. Take the beached fuel tanks. Yeah, let's try that one. In fact, it's a good chance to... I can't remember if I bought one or not. Let's just go and buy another one. Oh no, I haven't bought one. Buy one of these. Funnily enough, by chance, I actually used the Voron to do this mission on my normal playthrough. Oh, this scrolling down gets broken every now and then. It won't scroll properly. You have to kind of tap it 3 times and it sort of jumps it down, but... Another bit of a pain in the ass. I've also noticed, funnily enough, speaking of that 40-ton dump truck, it doesn't... The articulation doesn't work as well as it used to either. I've noticed in the last sort of weekish that it... Yeah, this thing... if you're still and you're trying to turn, or even if you're driving a bit, or you go from forward to reverse, whatever, it doesn't fully kick the articulation, and you kind of have to let off and do it again and everything. So I think they've tried nerfing that a little bit for some reason. Yeah, I think I used the Voron for this mission last time, but I took a crane with me as well, whereas this time, fingers crossed, I can get it done without that. I'll have to cross the river again, which is a little on the slow side. At least we finally have a an alternative option other than the mule. Yeah, there's that fuel tank there, and then the one on the other side. My log's still there. The current hasn't took it anywhere. Should be able to reach from there, hopefully. Canada 111, hi, how's it going, dude? To have you joining us. Got in pretty early tonight. Major Truth. Is that hi, y'all? How's it going, man? Yeah, in the end, like, I find if you just load them sideways, at least you can fit them both on the sideboard. I don't even think though, you know, like that new vehicle and the Azov was the same, even though it's got a longer sideboard, it doesn't really, like those concrete slabs for example, you're not able to stack them like sort of 2 next to each other. I've kind of stacked them in all a bit weird and everything. Yeah, even though they're bigger sideboards, I've not noticed anything so far that they actually fit better. Like again, these 2 fuel tanks, you'd have to go sideways I think even on, well, you probably could do 1 lengthways and 1 sideways, but yeah, I don't think you'll get them both in lengthways. That's what she said. It's not too bad crossing this river. The mule was pretty slow along here as well. It's this next bit, like at the side, that was horrifically slow last time I did this mission. At least I've made this Voron not like ridiculously tippy and all the rest of it. Actually feels like a decent competitor to the mule. I don't think it's as crazy with the gears. I definitely notice, I know it'll happen to a degree, but without any cargo at all, this ticks along quite nicely, which the mule tends to do. When you've got cargo, it suddenly drops to going pretty damn slow. Yeah, a little bit too much sort of black and white. Like, sometimes, like, if you've only got light cargo, the mule can do it as well. It's sort of night and day difference. It suddenly goes really slow. It's not too bad though. Again, I definitely like the fact that it's not trying to change gear every 2 seconds. I'm sure it will every now and then. but I can live with it as long as it's... The mule feels like it's been purposely done to be like to slow it down on purpose. It sort of, yeah, doesn't feel like natural, the amount of gears that thing tries to go through. I know, the mule has been the only crane. It's about time we got a second crane plus bed truck. Yeah, it was definitely, took them long enough. Better late than never. At least I suppose I'm got a bit more game left to do on this playthrough. I'll do it. As long as I can strap them down. Oh yeah, last time I towed the vehicle with a crane in the end. Obviously using like the crane, not an actual winch. I wish they would add winches to more vehicles, but I won't hold my breath. Yeah, again, got up there pretty nicely. Didn't dick around in the gears or anything like that. Overall, I think it's pretty decent. Roundabout etiquette. Gotta be done. Oh yeah, it was over the other side. Oh yeah, because I tried to drop the Voron and see if I could like switch to the Voron mid-air, detach the straps and see if it'd both land in place, but I could only get one at a time. I wonder if you can just drive near enough and it'll take them, maybe. Nah, I think probably the vehicle's a bit tall. That might help, though. Nope. Gonna need some ramming. The valves were, that last mission I did, you just drive past, they're all sat at the right height, so it kind of, yeah, I was going to say, that one must be pretty damn close, because normally you've only pretty much got to let it touch the blue zone and it jumps into place, like so. It must have been off by like an inch on each one. I'm nearly level 20 on this playthrough.
Good job. This smells. Actually, I guess it's a complex fragrance. Oil, sewage, and money. Could you say it smells like victory? I suspect you're well and truly over oil and pipes. Can't say I don't feel the same.
You love oil and pipes, Kelly. Don't deny it. Right, we may as well go to this solar station one then. Is that William Pratama Bunjamin? I'm also in Sandswept, but just starting. Oh yeah, you're still quite a way through the game. Overall, I do quite like this map. The only thing I would change, if I could, is this bottleneck here. It's the only way, really, to take the vehicles through. I suppose you could pave and go all the way around up there as well. But then I suppose this section becomes a bit of a bottleneck for all the different AI routes that cut across here and all the rest of it. Other than that, though, yeah, actually sort of, I've quite enjoyed this map. I also like, as weird as it sounds, not that I want the game to be shorter or anything, but if they had loads more missions on this map than there is, I probably would have got a bit bored of it by the end. But I actually think, yeah, it was quite nicely paced, etc. Like, the amount of missions was decent without feeling like it dragged on a bit. Yeah, overall, like, a pretty decent map, I reckon. To be honest, a lot of the end maps I've quite liked. Sojourn wasn't bad. I'd probably prefer this as a sandy map to Sojourn. But I didn't dislike it or anything like that. Yeah, Deluge I definitely thought was decent. That's probably up there as one of my favourite maps. And even Colonel, I've been enjoying that, even though I've spent the majority of the time just building roads, really. But in its own right, I quite enjoy just doing that. Sort of the time just blurs away until I look and think, oh shit, I best get some missions done so I can make some videos. Yeah, I've got most of it done now on Colonel. Still disappointed after rescuing that, like, front half of a loaf. I wouldn't mind, like, an actual little loaf like that added now. Oh yeah, this is the mission where after you do this, it's going to spawn a load more of the same thing over there. I got quite lucky last time. I think this was a mission as well, where if you drive near enough with the solar panels, it kind of just takes them without having to get them out. Although saying that, actually, I packed them sideways last time, so they were kind of sitting over the lip of the sideboard, so it probably won't this time. I actually stacked them a little bit neater. Rebel, off an inch, that's what she said. She certainly did. She likes them inches. Justin Lynch, hello, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. Alright, should do. What the hell? No. Just the crane being weak, kind of fired itself back around. Oh yeah, you have to kind of give this one a bit of a swing. Oh no, I didn't want to retract it yet. Let's go for another one. I'd hope if the crane doesn't keep swinging back at the same time. No. Give me the momentum, crane. You know, that first one I did would have been the best. Not a chance. The crane was listening to what I'm saying, yeah, stay there. Nope, that shit now. Oh, I can reach it. Oh, I might be able to get it the cheap way. Or I could just lower the crane. Do that, maybe? Nope. And turn it this way and do it. Yep, it went green for a second. Right, now go back. I just want it to swing the crane. Keep like, look, see how it's shortening the actual length of the crane? I want it to stay out, but give me some swing, but it keeps just retracting the actual crane each time. At this point, I'll just fucking drive further off the cliff. Oh shit, wrong button. Stay extended, for the love of God. It's being harsh now. And then after that it takes it when I'm touching the cliff. Probably best to reverse out of it instead of going for a 1,000,000-point turn. Rebel, almost done with Sunken. Where should I go next? After Sunken, is that when you've got the option of all 3 maps? Like, Deluge... What was it? Deluge... Sojourn... Oh, was it? Yeah, Sandswept as well. Overall, I think the order I did it I was pretty happy with, because I think I did Sojourn first, which... The main thing I liked about that, it at least got me leveled up a bit more. So then by the time I went to Deluge, etc., I had more stuff unlocked. Yeah, it was like, that was the main thing. It wasn't like the missions or whatever, it was just the fact that I was like higher level. I already had the Scalper unlocked, for example, which I think I unlocked on Sojourn. And then on this, I mean, the Kralin thing ends up being a pretty decent vehicle on this map. But by doing Deluge before I did this one, I already had the Lynx, which personally I do like using to scout, especially some of these harder maps. Just like going around and covering the clouds and whatnot. Yeah, I think the Lynx is pretty decent for that. So I'm kind of glad I sort of then did Deluge, say, before I did Sandswept. Justin Lynch, Wolf, why are you still using the piece of shit mule when you now have a 6x6 with a crane? To be honest, because I was just preparing these... Oh shit, I'm strapped down. I prepared these missions earlier and I just had a mule nearby, so I took the mule to load everything in, just so it is like it saves a little bit of time when I actually do the live stream. Yeah, so like I used the Voron a minute ago. I've only just bought one on this playthrough. I only realised it was yesterday that they'd added them, so I haven't even used them yet until yesterday. And yeah, that other truck as well, it's not too bad. Like, again, I've loaded the concrete into it. It's nothing against it because it is what it is, but because it hasn't got a crane, it's just, I don't know. A crane is just too handy to have with you on this game. Like, it is a bit of a sacrifice and a cost of time and all the rest of it, bringing other vehicles. There has been, like, some people have said, which I get, is like, say you can position a crane at each base and everything. You can, but I've found overall in this game, you rarely get materials from the same place repeatedly, if you know what I mean. You're always sort of moving on and there's another place to grab cargo and all the rest of it. But there is times, certainly if you're building bridges and stuff like that. Yeah, it'd be handy to have a crane like outside your own base just to load stuff from the resource zone. So I'll go and do them first. Then the generator and then that, so... One of these in first. Which they just fit. This does fit, but because it bumps into your crane, it never quite lets it drop in nicely. It's always poking out the back of it. Why does it keep swapping the fucking winch point every time I drop it? The only thing I did last time was switch it to one winch point. And then kind of put the crane forward and sort of dragged it like, yeah. Still not quite dropping now, fuck it, that'll do. Will, Colonels, the one map ain't completed yet though, just heads up, Wolf. What's IDR? Or is that, do you mean I don't know? When you'll need to drive a semi-truck from the archaeological camp to, I think, the port. Yeah, I've not done the mission, but I believe I've got the semi-truck is like unlocked. So I'm about ready to do that mission on Colonel. To be honest, I've basically laid roads just about everywhere on Colonel so far, other than like the top right of the map because I haven't got there yet. So in theory, by the time I've done all that, how is it doing? I'm tripping out. Why is the crane just being weird? Yeah, so it should be pretty plain sailing, although I know the semi-truck is a little bit awkward driving over sand roads versus like paved ones. Oh shit, it's down that road I've got to go. At least I checked before I went too far. Justin Lynch. Yeah, to be fair, the mule... Oh, shit. See, I can't enter the crane menu in time. It's not even worth fucking trying. If you could just press a button, I could probably rotate the crane sideways. And you only really need to... It also keeps doing that where it cock blocks the garage menu. Yeah, you only need to stop your vehicle going like 90 degrees. Oh, for fuck's sake, game. Here we go again with all the glitches. You just scroll down the fucking menu like a normal game? No, you can't. Third time lucky. There you go, now it works like normal. Yeah, send that. Try and ram into it. Because again, this is why they need more winches. Like, if I sent a Land Rover or something, I still wouldn't be able to flip that mule, because then the Land Rover just won't have the guts to do it. And it's nothing against the Land Rover, but it's just the way it sort of is in this game. Yeah, one of the few vehicles is the Loaf that has a winch and will flip everything in this game so far. Still carried his 100% rescue record over to this game. I don't know if that just actually froze on the live stream then. For some reason, every now and then, like the wire that's plugged my remote in, if you knock it a bit, it kind of disconnects and reconnects the remote, and for whatever reason, it nearly freezes the whole game up. Well, it sort of does, like, makes the FPS go weird for a few seconds. So that wasn't the game itself as such, sort of my remote. Yeah, sorry, Will was saying, yeah, Mule isn't bad, but a bit rough for the only one. Yeah, exactly, I think that's about fair to say. If it didn't change gear every 2 seconds, I wouldn't dislike it as much. It just, like I say, that feels too artificial to me, like it's just been made to be annoying, because, I don't know, otherwise you'd just use it all the time. But it's their fault they only added one vehicle with a crane and a sideboard, so it's not our fault that we use it all the time. That's on them. But then they've sort of punished us for it by yeah, making the mule just a bit sketchy when it comes to gears and stuff. Even this thing can't pull it over. A bit surprised, to be honest, but I mean, say it's a difficult place to flip it or anything. Don't know if this will work, but we'll give it a go. Oh, no, it probably won't. I was going to say, yeah, I don't know. No, I'm on this, like, brow of the hill, which doesn't help. I was going to say, if I could get the ramps under there, like, fold them back up and it should flip the vehicle at the same time. Not quite. If not, I'll have to send someone else. I'm quite surprised this ain't got the guts to flip it. I mean, if this hasn't, you can imagine, like, the Land Rover, etc. wouldn't stand a chance. So when I flip this with a Loaf, it's so ridiculously easy. Where is the goddamn horse? Fuck it, I'm bringing him over. A little bit of a drive, but at least I know he'll actually flip it. Yeah. Bit disappointed in that step height. Might help a little bit if it had winch points other than, like, in the middle of its flatbed thing, but nonetheless, like, I thought that should have tipped it pretty easily, to be honest. Automosity, morning Mr. Lone Wolf, how you been? I've not been too bad, cheers dude, how you been? Stephen Fink, yeah. Sojourn, then Deluge, and then Sandswept. Haven't made a video in a couple of days. Have you not? Yeah, I think, like, say, Sojourn, out of all 3 maps, is probably the easiest. Then again, because it's just a challenge, yeah, do a load of missions, boost your level up, unlock a few more vehicles. I think it worked out pretty nicely that way. Just a lynch, that makes sense. Some abuse. Try, sneaky bastard went for one last little one. Doc change meds again. Maybe why I slept all day. Sometimes switching them up does knock you out a bit. Although I'm not been taking the sort of medicine you have, but yeah, I imagine it's some pretty strong stuff. Well, oh, I don't remember. Oh, fair enough. I've learnt something new. Oh, I can always fire a winch out, but that's not liking it. Even fire the crane legs out. Oh well, we'll do a winch then. So I don't want to flip. In fact, I'm just going to quickly move this out of the way, because I want to try ramming the crane part of it. For whatever reason, something on it is like hooking into the terrain quite a lot, because even then it wasn't like really pushing it sideways. But yeah, you can see once you hit the crane, like once it actually got leverage under it. Yeah, versus like, yeah, I thought that step pint would have done better, if I'm honest. Can I select the vehicle, please, game? There it is. Attempt number 2. Yeah, and as someone said, it keeps making me think that they might have made the mule more tippy. I'm definitely leaning towards that. Leaning towards it. Because I, like, even now it feels like it's about to go. And I'm sure I repeatedly commented that I was pretty happy with how difficult the mule was to tip. I kind of feel like a couple of weeks ago on various maps, I used to take the piss with this vehicle, go flying around corners fully loaded and leaning over like mad. And it rarely actually tipped on me, whereas now, yeah, it feels like it's close to going already. Which it wouldn't surprise me. I think that is the sort of thing. They did sneaky little things in SnowRunner that they didn't really announce. Like, they don't necessarily announce every fix or tweak they do. I think some things they just try and, like, sneak in and hope no one notices. Oh no, wrong button again. Good that they both fell, but not so much that that one got wedged underneath. It's a good job they have the ability to like switch the cargo winch points. It sort of saved me a few times on a few different missions. I don't know why they make it so awkward to squeeze down the line of them to put those ones in, but it is what it is. At least it just fits. That's what she said, of course. It even felt like it was going to tip then. I steered out of it. The other week, I would like, yeah, I'd still be steering around the corner and it didn't really concern me too much. what it's worth, the crane seems less, I don't know, twangy. You used to be able to, like, winch onto stuff, and as you put the crane sideways, it'd kind of fire it and ping it out the sideboard. I've noticed that's not really been happening as much recently as well. Don't know if they've slightly adjusted that anyway. You never know now. You end up getting, like, start turning paranoid, get me tin hat on. Like, yep, they've done everything. The sky's a different shade of blue. All sorts. Run over a rock, like that rock is 8% fatter than it was 2 weeks ago. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. But as with most conspiracies, then it turns out to be completely true. Let's see if it... No. Well, I sort of lifted that one up pretty straight. Yeah, okay, it's too late now. That crane. I don't know, the crane's not listening, yeah. Like... I was pressing sideways on it, and it wasn't rotating sideways. There's that one in the bag. Justin Lynch, tipping over the mule's speciality. Do you reckon? Like I say, I used to think it was the opposite, but I'm more inclined to agree these days.
It makes me want to get it over with. So, the plan is to redirect the power from the solar station to the central distribution substation. You'll need a cable layer for that. Then, what was it? Oh, yeah.
Well, especially when you think as well, like since driving that Voron, I've done a few tippy cargo runs with that, and I think that's done pretty well. Even doing those 2 fuel tank things, it didn't really hassle me or anything. And I'm sure, what missions was it I did yesterday? Oh, it's delivering those 2 things on kernel to like fix the antennae thing, whatever it was. And they were 2 boxes that were loaded sideways, and it didn't even tip on me climbing up a mountain and all sorts. Let's get the new one back. A little bit of a drive again. Do you know what? This is the one thing actually I was supposed to do earlier that I forgot to do. Was drive this over there ready to lay a cable. But it's not the end of the world. To be fair, it's actually ticking along like... I could live with it being this fast. Wouldn't say no to a bit more speed, but that's not piss-takingly slow. The paver is just the most annoying thing to drive anywhere. I'm convinced the paver goes faster when you're paving than when you just got it all retracted and driving along. Well, for these solar panels, I just grabbed the Zix crane and hauled them one by one. Oh, did ya? Overall, it's not too bad. I did it last time, taking them all, and yeah, it went alright. What you want to try if you're taking the Zix crane is stack some stuff on the roof and then kind of lower the crane back down and pin it to the roof, and then you, like, say for example the solar panels, you should be able to carry sort of all of them like sandwiched on the roof. Sort of helps a little bit. Right, I think I'm going the right way. Oh, I've only got one mission. There's a track here. Yeah, I was going to say it's from there to there. Yeah, I'll try and... I went along here last time, and then definitely along here is fine. It didn't hassle me once. It was this bit around here it got a bit moany. And to be fair, you could just do it up the road, because I don't think that road ends up being particularly that important. I suppose what I've kind of been doing different between each playthrough. On my normal playthrough, if I've got time before I start doing some missions and that, I've been getting all kinds of roads built and whatnot. On this, it's more of a bit of a speed run by comparison, but it's sort of the minimalist approach where, yeah, like little patches of road back there and whatnot, but getting away with as little as possible so I can hopefully fit more game or whatever per live stream. Now with 33% more mission. yeah, along here, I mean, if you look at, like, I thought all this, like, dark coloured stuff might be like a fat rock pattern or whatever, but it does let you cut through it. It's just when you hit, like, these little rocks, really, it moans. Just gotta get those overlays to touch, and we're good. Yeah, I still somehow managed to flip that into the zips. To be fair, once you've got the crane quite high, they do get pretty boaty on this game. When I was using them to get my concrete slabs that are flying in the air on, what's it called, Incommunicado, I noticed like they were quite floppy once you've actually got the crane extended. That's what I mean, though. You can see there, it wasn't too bad. It retracted it twice. Yeah, along here, it didn't hassle me. If I go too close to the edge, it'll probably retract, but I don't think there's anything, like, in the middle of this path that stops you. Well, I'm tempted to try that, but I prefer my wheels on the ground, not in the air. They do help. I think that's one thing they've definitely not fixed, is being able to turn in tracked vehicles. I think it was yesterday or the day before, I was trying to turn a vehicle and I was stuck on like one of these little bush plant things. It wasn't even like as fat as that bush. Looked like the size of a stinging nettle or something, like a little kid could stamp on it and kill it, but yeah, the game likes to get stuck on them. It'd be nice, in a way, if they added winch points to these bushes, since your vehicles do technically sort of get snagged on them. It would come in handy here and there to actually be able to fire a winch to, even if they just pulled out the ground after a few seconds. A bit like some of the ones in SnowRunner. The ones in SnowRunner that pluck out the ground immediately, they're pretty annoying. Oh yeah, that's where you got to reach over that bloody fence. I'm not starting the next mission. Oh shit, around here. I'll just get this thing a bit closer. So it's like down there. Yeah, like this time I've not paved any of this road, so it'll be pretty easy just to take the power up to there. Yeah, I got all this paved last time, and I don't think I've even driven on the road once. I kind of did these missions as I was paving it, and after that you don't really use much of this map. I think there's a few bits of this map you don't really use that much. While I'm thinking about it, where I'm building this bridge, you've got like a big sand quarry here, and it all looks like quite a cool bit of map. Like a little oasis thing going on down here and all sorts. I don't think you ever really use any of this. Right, I'll leave that there. Where is the mule? No. Crane menu. Oh yeah, deliver a transformer. See now with the gears though. I think it's a little on the slow side. Those metal sheets are annoying. There's a few sticking out at the other end of the map that I was getting some vehicles caught on. Should be able to rip them out the ground and cash them in or something. It's only like corrugated iron as well. Again, you could stamp on that and bend it. Let alone get an entire vehicle stuck on it. It'll do. You can never quite get cargo yet enough forward because it sort of butts against the crane. Oh shit, about to hit a building. Oh, there's an entire concrete slab. I didn't even see it. No, I'll just reverse at this point. Ordinarily, I would happily sit there for 10 minutes trying to floor it and climb over it, but since I can't edit it out... It's quite boaty there. Luckily it sort of drifted around. Wrong road. To be fair, this cargo is the heaviest I've kind of noticed in this game so far. It definitely is quite sort of top heavy, does make you flop around a lot. After all this, it might have done the road a favour to take the cable layer through. Again, because I paved it all, I didn't really actually drive on it when it was non-paved. Well, I probably did with a dump truck and whatnot, but you're only going like 2 mile an hour forwards and dumping the sand, so you don't really notice it too much. There is some other missions later I've got to move some cargo around that I'll use the Voron for, and we'll sort of try and get a bit of a comparison. I mean, this thing, at least it gets the job done, just not as quick as you'd hope. I still am missing just a high gear in general. Would be seriously appreciated in this game. Yeah, I don't know why they do this with this mission, where they've purposely sort of fenced it all off. This will reach, but only just, and I don't even know if they wanted it to, as such. I think they're trying to force you to bring a big crane, but the fact that it doesn't tell you that until you get here and realise nothing is breakable. It's, yeah, a bit late for that. That worked. So that rebuilt.
Fired work. The central distribution substation is all powered up and has nowhere to go. The whole point of the exercise was to get power to Tipple, but the power lines to town is out. I risk being called predictable, but guess whose turn it is to deliver the resources needed to repair it? You guessed right. So please get rolling.
Get it done quickly with the cable layer. Going, yeah, to there. I assume that's the mission she means. In fact, yeah. I will do it, but I may as well track something before I do. Oh, restore. Wait, what? Why is that saying green already? Oh, because I've stored enough steel beams. I suppose 1500 is about enough. Let's get that done then. Ah, shit, yeah, and I've got to bring the bloody steel beams to there. In fact, though, that's one I can use the Voron for. We saw that road peeling off last time. I don't think it'll help though, because I'll have to drop off the cliff at some point. I'm not turning right, it's just doing it on its own. There we go. Well, when they first did this transformer, I thought the mule crane wouldn't lift it. Yeah, it can. Yeah, in that sense, the mule crane's like alright at doing that sort of stuff. It hasn't really got much of a lift limit on it. What was I lifting earlier? Oh yeah, lifting a cargo container almost flips the mule. Like if you're lifting it from the front, you sort of do an endo, like a backwards wheelie. But yeah, for the most part, considering how heavy the transformer is, to be fair, yeah, the cranes have never really hassled me with it. Or the mule one in particular, since that's the small crane. I was able to just sort of run over all this loose metal last time. Yeah, I was going to say, it never really stopped me. It more catches, like, your vehicle has difficulty driving over it, but the cable laying part doesn't really seem to care. I don't know if there's a better way to cut through. It's probably not worth trying to squeeze past that crane and that big hump of sand. Justin Lynch, they fixed the 40-ton dump truck so it doesn't leak sand anymore. Yeah, bloody glad they have by now. Even though I've pretty much built every road I'm going to need to in this play, or in the other playthrough. But yeah, again, better late than never. Makes a difference as well, because even like, it didn't really matter like the amount of sand you lost, but the fact that it'd just leave another little mound of sand on roads you already built. And then with like the scalper not being able to deploy unless you, I don't know, pray to God or something. On maps like, well, say Kernel being one of them. And then the bicycle would also sort of get beached on that bit of sand that it dropped. And then because you can't deploy the scalper, you might have to reverse back down the road you've already laid to reach a sand quarry radius. And then it spills a bit of sand, then it gets beached on its own sand, and it could suddenly make like a pretty simple mission go to like, or let's say like laying a road, suddenly take like half an hour because you're trying to climb that bicycle over little mounds that it's left everywhere. Yeah, so it's only a small adjustment, but it will actually be pretty damn helpful, since half the point of this game is building roads. And it's definitely the best dumper to use. I do like the bowhead. That has its certain uses. The fact that you can rotate the chassis sideways and all the rest of it. And the bowhead's pretty quick, really. The actual dumper bucket thing lifts and closes pretty quick. So you can kind of get some sand laid down. It still feels like it runs out. I personally think it should be like a 30-ton. It was called the 30T, so I was hoping it would be. Yeah, obviously it's half the amount of that bicycle truck. Do you know what I just wanted to check? It's probably quicker actually doing it this way. Do I already own 2 wardens? Because if I do, I don't need 120 grand. Yeah, I do. That's good then. Where's that Voron then? Let's just buy another one. Quite handy having a couple of crane vehicles spare. Not even used to keeping an eye out for it on the scrolling down these. Oh, there it is. Hang on. Not that one. We got another one? We do. Oh yeah, I didn't even track that mission in the end. Was it this one? Close enough. I'm just thinking I could just drive up sort of the long way, but if I go right on the roundabout, yeah, that'll do. Automaticity, the fence is up to trollers. Yeah, definitely a bit sneaky the way they did that. There is another mission, I can't, was it? Might have been in Kernel, where they do a similar thing. Oh no, in fact, it's on this same map. It's another transformer place we've got to fix up near the end of the map. And it does the same thing, you can just reach it, but again, it sort of feels like they didn't want you to. Which I don't even mind that they want us to bring the big crane, but at least make a bit more effort than just a fake, shitty, unbreakable fence surrounding the whole thing. Especially when it's the same fence that you can break on various other bits of the map. Seems like a bit of a cheap way to try and make it happen. Whereas they could have just put it up on a ledge or something where like the little crane won't reach. This thing, I'm liking it. I was just going to say the steering isn't as responsive as the mule is. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say understeering, because it is actually steering, even around a corner. The mule definitely feels very sort of tight and responsive. It flicks its nose round pretty quick. This is definitely on the slower end. But not unmanageable. Like, probably does look a bit like understeer a little bit, actually. Not to the degree like those semi-trucks are just obnoxiously understeering. This one's, yeah, manageable. But just versus, like, I've been driving the mule round for the last month or two or whatever. You can sort of tell the difference a bit. Sure, they said the other week they'd patched the glitch where the cable layer leaves giant holes like that in the ground. It doesn't appear they have. Or maybe they fixed it and it came back. Because to be fair, I didn't really... When they said they fixed it, I sort of... It did seem like they disappeared for a little bit, but... Not anymore. Confirm that. This mission was a right pain in the arse last time. That was because it wasn't accepting them bloody... Or, yeah, steel beams. And that's what ended up giving me like a giant pile of cargo there. Which obviously I'm doing the glitch thing at the minute. Oh yeah, and this is where, yeah, this bridge comes in handy a lot. I don't know if I'll need to lay a bit of road. We'll try it without, but... Worst case, if I do, it doesn't... There's not much to do. Shit, do you know what, I'll move that, because you know what the AI like. Do you know what, when I got on this map earlier, there was like 3 AI missions that had failed. And when I went and clicked them, you know where it does like a little red flag to tell you where they crashed? It was like, say it was this route. It was like over here he'd crashed, and like all 3 missions. Each vehicle was like 10 or 15 truck lengths away from the line it was supposed to be following. And it was like, how the fuck did they get over there? Sometimes they're impressive with how bad they are, or whichever weird route they chose. I think this sends a couple of different vehicles. Yeah, I think it's a Minuteman as the first one. It might be an Azov afterwards, which will complicate things a little bit. I need to move this out of the way. I might get across here. In fact, let's see. There is a failed AI route. Yeah, that one's pretty normal, eh? Actually, I could probably do with adjusting those lines. I drew them before I paved the road, so It does look a little bit different to how it used to. Yeah, you see what I mean though with the bottleneck? There's just, you have to do so many routes down there, and there's not really many good ways. I don't know, maybe you could pave like out the back of there and up there, but because all of these come out of those garages, if you tried to do a U-turn to go back round there, they'd probably be a little bit iffy about that as well. Let's see, that Minuteman thing. Oh, it's a Voron, that's not too bad then. I'm sure at some point it sends a Land Rover. It's got to do it pretty soon, because the normally it has like a green line following it when it's sent the necessary vehicles. Why is it not doing that? Oh, there we go, it was just because I was on that other mission. Right, so they should make it, and the Vorons are usually pretty deep. Oh, I've got to wait for them anyway before it unlocks something else. It's here, if anything, that they'll go mental. Let's watch him for a minute. Fucking hell. That's a setup. That really, at least I got that live, caught in 4K game. Oh, what a goddamn professional that guy is. Well, so he almost made it good, and then he ruined it for himself. Now he's going to tip. Bunch of amateurs. Is that my vehicle? No. The AI yet again. Yeah, I was going to say I'm just going to have to wait for him to fail really and reset them off. Is it worth... I'll just move it over a bit because I think it was that rock that hit him. Well, I'm going to say he'll be alright. It's the Vorons I'll worry about. The Voron AIs are the best in terms of like, at least you know the vehicle will get there the vast majority of the time. It's the drivers with the AI that's a bit questionable with them. Whereas like the Azov drivers, no, I don't know, yeah, they tend to follow the line for the most part, but they just get stuck a lot because they're only a rear wheel drive vehicle. Sorry, there's a bit shoddy camera flying around all over the place there. Right. Come on. Oh yeah, shit, I forgot about this one. In that case, I might as well recover it to the desert base, whatever it's called. Yeah, desert base. Rebel, Year 5 of SnowRunner has been confirmed by Game & Weir. Oh, has it? Yeah. That's pretty interesting then. I wonder when they're releasing that then, because originally it was like, it was about May the game came out, weren't it? And they were sort of doing each year as roughly started around May, maybe ran a little bit later at times. Whereas obviously now we're in August, so I wonder if they're going to wait until like next May or just kind of release it in like, I don't know, October or something. Automatically, I'm glad they fixed the leaking sand from the 40-ton dumper. Yeah, big time. It makes a big difference. Because that's why even like a lot of the roads that look a bit uneven and rough here and there, it often is that little bit of sand it dumps. Because then even if you've already flattened the road, I then go back to reflatten it. But obviously because it's added a bit of sand, then you can do it and it doesn't sit level with the other side of the road. And then you go back over it. It can end up like having a bit of a chain reaction, and yeah, making road building take a bloody lot longer than it would have otherwise done if it just didn't spill that tiny bit of sand. this one wasn't too bad either. Yeah, it was like, where did I go last time? I think I cut through those trees. Something like that. We're about to find out. Easier than it looks anyway, because again it looks like one of them with all the little cliff ledges. But it's going to be a bit of a pain, but there is like a nice clean run through it all. And then yeah, I'll probably have to ram those trees down, but it's not a problem. You don't have to ask me twice. Many years of revenge pent up for trees from SnowRunner. It's one nice thing as well, this roller spool at the front just happens to kind of like roll up the trees quite nicely, so it just pushes them over pretty hassle-free. So, although I am caught on one at the minute, just wait for it to die and vanish. The tree had to be a victim as well. Me auto. A bit late, like Wolf says, yeah, better late than never. Yeah, exactly. There's still other things I'd like them to fix, which, again, I've done most of the game now, so yeah, it's a little on the late side, but it is still better than them just never fixing it. Like, the scalper is a big one, because that is just generally annoying that it... I mean, like I say, I unlocked it on Sojourn, so then I did Sojourn, I did Deluge, and I thought maybe it's just a bug that they forgot to... I don't know, put some kind of sand overlay, whatever it is that tells the scalper it can deploy. So I kind of let it slip a bit on a Deluge, and then yeah, the next map was Sandswept, and it obviously just works on that because it's a sandy map as well. And then yeah, Kernel, it's bloody useless. And yeah, it's just annoying because the amount of time you waste trying to deploy the bloody thing. And there's no reason why it shouldn't. As someone said in the comments, it was like the sand scalper thing. It's supposed to, like, you know, process rocks and everything, and it filters all the other stuff out, and you're left with sand. So it shouldn't just need like a pure sand location to be deployed on. It should really just work everywhere. And if it was their intention for it to be that awkward, it's definitely like... Again, I've said it before, but whoever was in charge of this game, who had the final say on it, they do seem a little bit, I don't know, sort of anti-gamer-ish. Like, there's a lot of things on SnowRunner that you can just about get away with, but I quite like that, because it makes the game sort of a bit more interesting, because it's like, yeah, it's not over till it's over. Whereas on this game, it's over very quickly with a lot of things. Even like the winches and stuff, I tip vehicles. I rarely try and like wing it and escape. It's just like, fuck it. I'll either bring another vehicle to flip it, or I'll just recover back to the garage and attempt again. Yeah, because there's either like, yeah, just the winches like that you can't scroll through. When I had that 69 loaf thing going on the other day, the winches were just useless. And it's a shame, because that was one of the fun things about SnowRunner, was like, you really could... If you had the time and patience and persistence to escape a situation, it like 99% of the time you could, really. Unless you happen to tip somewhere where there is no winch points around, which... There's a few places like that on SnowRunner, but not many.
How do you feel about helping promote science? The beauty is that you don't even need a PhD for this one. Just
yeah, let's go and deliver one of these then.
Generators to an archaeological dig nearby.
See if my road's paid off.
You know what? I think you really nailed that last task. Just like all the others so far. Before you arrived, this place was cut off from the world.
What the hell is that truck doing?
And no electricity either. And look at it now. Well, still not
Going the
much
wrong way, mate.
But you really resuscitated it. Feel the accomplishment yet? Sometimes it's delayed. Don't know about you, but I could really use a weekend poolside with one of those little umbrellas in my drink. Anywho, I can almost see the end of the task list now. How about making it a real home run?
What did he even really get stuck on? Even my semi's not really struggling, and it was ramming his as well. Sounds a bit sketchy, but that is a real sentence. It's good, he knows roundabout etiquette. It's the important thing. Trained him well. Could do a hurrying the fuck up though. Oh, Robin's racing. It's too late, mate. Snooze, you lose. It's Mr. Lone Wolf delivers. We don't hang around. That's what you get. It's probably going to get stuck now. I did actually, I don't normally do it, but I turned a few AI routes off, particularly at that choke point I was mentioning. It said all rewards received, so I don't need to keep them going. And again, I sort of like to for a bit of life and traffic and that going on in the background, but it was that mission, like that semi-truck, they're delivering it from the port to the river base, and that still like had stuff to cash in. Yeah, when I started like earlier before I did the live stream, I also did complete 2 AI routes. One of them I already drew last week, which was that semi I just rammed. Where was the other one? Oh yeah, it was going from the river base to the solar panel place, so where I had that mule and all the solar panels and all the rest of it. Which they actually made it on that one. There is even a semi-truck, and that made it. It gave me a lot more hassle on my normal playthrough, but thankfully just did it this time. Yeah, there's the other step pipe that I used to move the paver. It was just these little bits that the semi-truck doesn't like climbing up. I took the scalper there, but then just up ahead there's actually like a massive sand quarry radius from there. And then yeah, I remember last time this truck couldn't climb this last little bit here until obviously you build a road.
Now that I took a closer look at that camp, I remember reading about it in a newspaper. These guys were digging some distance from here, looking for an ancient temple or something. Got its location.
Does that
from
not
a
count?
tablet, but I guess they were a bit off. Then,
Where have I? Oh,
construction workers dug up
I probably took the wrong semi to the wrong location. It's not too bad. I've only got to go back to that road there.
They were really excited about what they found. Until the storm filled their dig with sand. They don't seem too bothered being back at square one, though.
Oh, it's stuck
Gotta
on a
give
rock.
them that.
Can we reverse at some point? Let's see then if we can recover it. Objective start. Well, at least that's something. I know I'll have to drive it again, but it's looking like the amount of time it'll take to reverse out of that bloody 2 inches of sand would take just as long anyway. Well, at least it makes that corner. Yeah, apologies. Yeah, there's another semi-truck there. That must be the one I've got to take to there. This one I'm in now wants to go down to there. For the love of God. This thing has no guts. Rebel, Sabre won't officially say until year 4 completed. Oh, won't they? Don't know why, really. You'd think they'd just let it be known, but yeah, I know what companies are like. They seem to keep their cards pretty close to their chest for some reason. With stuff like that, anyway. Will, drunk AI drives, I assume. Yeah, pretty much. Especially the Vorons. Some Russian vodka on the way or something. Always puts a big peak back in that road. It's never there when I make the road. It did the same thing on my other playthrough. I don't know why. After it's all paved and you quit the game and turn it off, and then when you turn it back on, there's just like a big fat hump in the road that wasn't there before. Yeah, I've spent hours paving all this road along here as well on my other playthrough, but never really needed it. This thing gets up there Alright, I didn't strictly speaking need to pave those sand dunes back there. This did make it over just. It didn't like this one too much, but if I remember correctly, it did actually make it to the top here. It was more this patch here it didn't really like. That was the main thing I needed to road, but as I was heading this way with all the various road building equipment, I thought I'd quickly pave those dunes back there. It's one of them with this semi though. If you get like a run up going, it does help a lot, versus if you start from scratch, like this thing really doesn't have any guts or grip really to climb or do much of anything, but at least if you've got your momentum going, it's a start. It can usually just about scrape by. I see understeering like mad. I was turning way before that corner.
Jeez Louise. I'm only looking at the satellite picture and I'm still impressed. Didn't know what to expect.
But then yeah, I jumped down here last time, and I am going to again if the fucking truck will turn, for the love of God, man.
I envy you again. Honestly, for starters, you only need to clear out all the debris, but still, this place is really something.
Yeah, going around the long way, there's just a load of concrete stuff in the way anyway. Come on, not like this. Oh yeah, we'll get to that one afterwards. I've already got the dozer there. Oh yeah, it's those ones. Alright, we'll do that. Let's try the Voron again. Where did I even take the Voron? I'm sure I was better at remembering where I left vehicles on SnowRunner. This game I forget after like 2 seconds. Oh yeah, there's one of them. Let's have that one. May as well go to the river base. Underdogs 12, have you not done Sandswept already? I've got 2 different playthroughs, so the playthrough I make videos on is like my main playthrough. Yeah, I've already done Sandswept on that, and then I've got a different playthrough for the live stream. And yeah, obviously I'm still on it. I'm hoping to get it finished tonight, like overall, so then next week I'll be on Kernel. I don't, if there's time, I'll start Kernel tonight, but it was actually making me think the other day, like, I sort of try and build roads and that sometimes between live streams, just so it doesn't eat up like an hour or 2 of me just building a road. Kernel is one of those maps though where it kind of needs a hell of a lot of roads being built. So even if I do some between live streams, there's probably going to be quite a bit of actual road building going on that as well. But we'll see. I can obviously at least doing like a test run with my normal playthrough through Kernel. I've built roads everywhere, but I can already sort of get a gauge for some roads aren't that necessary really. Others definitely are, like they're quite a main route on Kernel, but some of them I can get away with not having to do. Yeah, overall this seems pretty decent. I caught it on the wall there and it had to go through the gears, but I think it only did 1 gear. Unlike the mule, it'll do about 8. Will do. There's a patch of deep sand here, which again the mule went about ½ mile an hour through. Let's see if this one's any better. More respectable. Crane is being weird tonight. Don't know. Is this the one that will it fit, or is it like? glitch then. Oh, that was a terrible effort. So was that. One more and I'll just leave it. But it does. We have to know now for science. Will this one fit sideways? Yeah, I don't know if this will. I was gonna... Yeah, some cargo is like just too wide no matter what you do. I think this is. Yeah, because it's literally sitting on each side of the sideboard. There's not much difference between them, but just enough. As long as they strap down, it doesn't really matter. To be honest, the that semi from the port to the Solar Radiance lab, the semi unpaved on those roads, actually surprised me. Yeah, again, on this one anyway, it did better than I thought. Oh, we got more bogged down in that sand that time. See, once it's got cargo, which again, I know like it is heavier, but I think it scales it up. The vehicle acts even heavier than like the equivalent weight of the cargo you've added to it. Yeah, when I drew the line earlier, I think it's like an Azov and a semi and all that. It sends along that route, and I sort of expected it to moan. I was just busy building these roads and whatnot, so I figured I'd go back and adjust it. And then yeah, it popped up saying mission done. That's sort of why I got 2 AI routes done. Really, I wasn't planning on doing them before the live stream, but just worked out that way. It was the other way. It was the mission, that semi-truck I rammed into a minute ago that's going from the port to the river base. That was the one that was being a pain in the arse. It's the last little hill as you get to the river base. That it's like quite a steep little section there. And even when I sanded it all and smoothed it out and made the hill I can't even speak. The hill a lot less hilly. Yeah, it was still moaning. So I kind of got that completed just based on like I kept readjusting the road. Eventually I paved it and rolled it and everything. And then yeah, obviously by the time the semi made it, it cashed in the mission. Yeah, overall, I do quite like this 4-on. As Justin said as well, it's a 6-wheel vehicle, not a 4 from the mule, which will help in certain situations. Help spread the weight out and everything a bit more at the back. 2 more wheels for grip. SnowRunner certainly helped in various situations like that. 8-wheeled vehicles seem to have like a better chance of making it because it's got more drivable axles. And again, that 8-wheel drive thing they've added, I sort of wish they'd added a crane on that as well, because I just think it'd be quite an interesting vehicle if it was like an 8-wheel all-wheel drive vehicle that had a crane as well. Oh shit. So at least by chance, good job I didn't pack the crane away that time. That's not bad either. Normally, like, the cranes don't necessarily have enough power just to retract down like that and actually flip the vehicle. That's better. Yeah, normally you can't just put the crane down like that. You normally have to retract it in and then push it against something and, like, extend the crane. Whereas that time, I just kind of tilted the crane down and it tipped me back. Really. And then I've got to bring another semi-truck. They seem to spread out missions a bit more in earlier maps on this game. What I mean is, like, say I just had to deliver a semi-truck and now, like, it's basically asking me to deliver 2 semi-trucks at the same time. And then in, like, Kernel, there was those archaeologist missions, which kind of came back to back. Then they didn't really space them out either. I sort of found, back on the earlier maps, say there was, like, 3 roads you've got to build, it'd sort of space them out, and then there might be, like, deliver some cargo, and then search an area, but they'd sort of stagger them a bit more, so it was kind of like you were constantly changing what type of mission you're doing. I've noticed more towards the end of this game, they sort of bunch them up a bit. So you may get like a patch of delivering vehicles, then it's a patch of like scanning areas, and then it might be a patch of building roads and so on. Unless it's just the order I'm picking them, but to a degree, I mean, I was narrowed that I had to finish that AI mission to unlock these, so it kind of does do both of these at the same time. If I remember correctly, this one understeers even worse than the truck with the normal trailer. I think this trailer weighs more, and because the actual trucks don't really weigh anything, it just doesn't really have a lot of influence on what the trailer's doing. Especially when you're going higher speed, it's not really too bad at the minute, so I'm not going that fast. Shit, nearly went off sideways then. At least the ferry's still there on this playthrough. God knows what realm it was banished to on my normal playthrough. But it didn't last very long. It does make life a lot easier in this game when you've already got roads laid down. It's be like a half an hour to an hour long struggle just getting up that one little bit of hill there.
These eggheads are one funny bunch. They haven't even finished digging this temple, but they're already salivating about another big memorial complex nearby. They found a hint to its location on the wall they're digging now, and they want our help locating the place. The professor in charge says he wants us to find a safe box.
Look, even though I know where it is, still going to have to send a vehicle in that can scout. In fact, oh, worked out pretty nicely. What the hell? I think this thing is stuck on that little sad excuse for a tree. Yeah, I've got the handbrake on, got all-wheel drive and diff locks on. Maybe it'll break it eventually. There we go. So I mean, those trees are a little bit excessive. Could have rammed a full-size tree down easier than getting off that thing. Yeah, can do that. That's good news. Oh. Hope if I look where I'm going. Where's the fun in that eye? Said it, Kelly.
The egghead affiliated translator in Tipple. The professor told me he's going to name whatever they find after us too. If you do, ain't that guy sweet and weird?
Has to be nice and then throw in a jab at the end. He's sweet but weird. Justin Lynch, I think they should add a new semi-variant with one of those big long dump truck trailers. It'd be cool, still useless but cool. Yeah, true actually. That's a fair point though. I must admit, in its current setup, yeah, it'd probably be mostly useless to pour sand on like roads that don't exist yet. But that would actually be pretty cool to see, like a semi-truck dumper truck. I could actually just use that road at the top. Even like a flatbed version of the semi, again, it probably wouldn't do a lot versus like the Zix 605E heavy transport thing. Although in fairness, that bloody thing, as much I try to like it, it never... I think it has yet to be able to deliver a vehicle to a location, unless it's been the paver. It's not too bad if you load cargo onto it, but yeah, every mission I've ever tried to move any kind of vehicle with the Zik 605, it always gets stuck, unfortunately. Right, the crane there, I'm rotating it left. Oh, sorry, right in that case. And it didn't go right. I don't know why it's not listening. Well, you can definitely tell when that weight was at the back. Fuck it, let's go this way. Oh shit, actually, it's a good job I did go this way. I'm delivering it to Tifletown. I was about to head back to where I just dropped that semi-truck off. Not that it's probably the fastest way, but I'll cut across here, just because I did do it last time in the mule, so it's nice to get a bit of a comparison. I may regret that choice around about now. See, at this point I can do low gear, but it really doesn't make a lot of difference. Yeah, head to that road. I think it didn't help that I'd already driven through it and kind of chewed that bit of mud up, made it a bit deeper. How close is it? Ooh, yeah. Say I'm flooded. I think we will get away with it, but the mule obviously does have a higher snorkel than that. This one's not bad. I mean, it's there. It's almost to the roof. But the mule definitely is higher. The mule didn't moan about being flooded at that point. This thing's quicker though through here. The mule had to go through 80 gears whilst it went up here. This one's considering it. It's feeling like it wants another gear. Come on, Voron, you don't need it. Yeah, and this was actually alright through there as well. See, by the time I got up here in the mule, I remember last time, I was originally going to go that way, and then I was like, nah, fuck it, because I knew I had road over here, and it was just, yeah, the mule was taking its sweet-ass time climbing up those sandy roads. But I may as well go to the road anyway at this point. I know it's somewhere along here. Could do a crossing over. In fact, I might have just... yeah, it was there as well. Oh, I can still do it on the roundabout. Justin, Voron's more stable and handles heavy loads better, having 2 rear axles. It don't wheelie so easily. Yeah, true. I still think it does wheelie. I don't think there's much in it, but I know what you mean. I still think having 2 rear axles is better in the grand scheme of things, because, yeah, more points for grip and all the rest of it is obviously more contact points with a road. So, more stable in that sense. But I did notice that mission I did yesterday on Colonel when I used this. I had 2 slabs, was it 6 steel beams and 5 logs, and it was almost wheeling just as it was parked. To be fair, the mule would be in a pretty similar situation as well. That's why something like a bit of a longer vehicle like that Alki thing, whatever they added, the 8-wheel drive that has no crane, would have been cool to see a crane light on that. As it's like, yeah, 8-wheel drive, longer chassis and all the rest of it. That in theory wouldn't be a wheelie machine. But again, this 4-on's doing pretty decent. I was like, when I heard they were adding it, I was worrying they were going to kind of purposely make it as bad as the mule just for the sake of it, whereas I'd say, yeah, objectively, this does feel a little bit better, averaged out. Yeah, there's a toy truck on that roof.
Could you also take care of another small errand? This one is from that translator in Tiffle. He says he found the location of some tablet he's been chasing for years in those papers. Could you go and check the spot out? Shouldn't take you too long.
Don't even know why I reversed that there, but we did. Yeah, luckily, here's one I prepared earlier.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
The translator mentioned a lost forge, but I suppose it was found some time ago. I wonder what happened to the driver. Car's still being here and all.
We ate him.
Do me a favor and be
Yeah, there's them pots. That's for an achievement. It won't unlock for me because I've already done it.
for that.
Run them over. There's little piles of gold. Should have let you get a bit of money out of it, really, since you technically find gold. Don't say anything about being careful with a tablet. It's actually quite a nice little sort of area around here as well, considering they only really, like, you drive through to do this mission. There is that achievement there as well, but kind of a lot of effort gone into designing this bit of the map that didn't really get that used either. I think they kind of underutilized a lot of Sandswept. Gonna cut across there. I don't know if it's worth it. I think it's up here I drove last time. Oh, it'd help if I was tracking the objective. So we'll aim roughly for that. I was going to say there's a mule. Oh, so that's the transformer station. I didn't even realise I was sort of heading past that. Yeah, I definitely think this vehicle is pretty decent. I do like the links. It's never really... You can still tip it here and there. It is a little bit annoying. It's not specifically the links, because the winches are weak. If you do tip this thing, and particularly if you land on your roof, the roof rack has a tendency to kind of hook into the ground, and it makes it quite awkward to flip it back. But other than that, it is a pretty decent vehicle, really. Just want to confirm it. Clean up the lab.
That translator sounded positively elated when he got that tablet. Said he's been looking for it all his life. Doesn't really take much to make certain types happy, right? Works for us, though. He also said he'd give us the most glowing of recommendations and mention you in his thesis. I guess you'll be famous. As far as I'm concerned, him not invoking some ancient curse when reading that tablet.
Why? starts sliding on its own. Dog trying to run through a fence when it's got a big long stick in its mouth. Okay, you can get off now. What am I even stuck on? This game is weird when it comes to tracked vehicles. They're simultaneously like the best, grippiest vehicles in the game, but then every now and then become useless. Going a bit further with it because you know as soon as Pipe's just going to roll back into the zone. If it does worst case, I'll have to I'll just push it out last and then it'll count it and then it won't matter. This is why marching mode's better because you've got more torque, but annoyingly it just keeps trying to rotate the cargo instead of just pushing it. Just don't tip over. Oh, got most of the weight. One done. Sorry, see, I might miss a few comments. Rebel, or you can be number one if you give money. Yup, funny thing is, Justin and Rebel we're all tied for first. Yeah, I've not seen like the little leaderboard. Oh yeah, it does say there, top fans. But it doesn't, I'll have to click on it, I assume, to see what it's saying. Justin, I don't give money to nobody. I don't even have any banking stuff set up to buy or sell things online. The only way I get money out my account is old-fashioned going to the bank. True, I've not been to the bank for a while. I used to have a bank in my village and they removed it, which made it rather annoying and inconvenient. Yeah, this is that square where, like, that blue cargo being one of them, there's immovable cargo, which is quite annoying when you've got to push things out of the zone. Save yourself, just donate. It's a system to incentivise donations. Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? Because I think that is the easy way to the top of the list. It doesn't really matter in my case. I'm sure if there's like, I was on 4 million subscribers and there's 50 comments a second flying past, it's probably like a way of getting to the top of some kind of list, but since I'm like a smaller channel anyway, you can just comment for free and there's a pretty damn high chance that I'll see it and read it anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say, go for a triple. Not at the best angle, like. Oh, for God's sake, the van is rolling around where it feels like. Fuck it, let's just get the cargo containers done. Will, fair Justin. Yeah, to be fair, I've not been to the bank in ages, but I do... Yeah, like, I do my shopping and that online. Buy stuff off Amazon and that. I don't really go out anywhere anymore or anything. But I used to definitely be like that. I didn't really like using my bank card for anything. I would get the money out of my bank just so it was in my hand, because it felt more... Like, you'd notice it if the money's in your hand. It can get a bit too easy just to be like, yeah, put it on the card, and then next thing you know, you've blown half your money, and you didn't feel like you had as much as actually having the money physically in your hand. Oh, good, that zone's done. Rebel, just don't feel like I've got a lot to say tonight. No, that's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. If I was working still, I'd give Wolf money. Yeah, don't worry. No one's got to donate. Don't worry about any of that. It's a free live stream. Like I say, I quite like doing the live streams anyway. Then the other thing is, at the end of the live stream, when I end the live stream, normally when I end the game, obviously making videos all week, I've then got all the editing to do. One nice thing when it suddenly dawns on me when I end the live stream is like, oh yeah, I can just go bed. I haven't got to do 3 or 4 hours of editing. Not that I dislike it, but you know what I mean. It's still nice to realise, like, oh, I'm done. It was just the game, messing around on the game part I have to do on live streams. Works out pretty nicely. Come on. This dozer really isn't putting in its best effort today. Really not liking that sand dune, like grip and power wise and everything. Get out of that zone. It's a bit more awkward to clear this zone because there's so much stuff in the way. So I can't even turn just on this little sand dune. It's pretty bad. I'd like to stay in marching mode, but just kind of roll over these pipes. Jesus fucking Christ, dozer. Do something. Like, what are you fucking stuck on now? Acting like a bag of shit tonight. Just has no power. I was pushing 5 objects out of the zones at once the other day. This thing feels like it's struggling, like, yeah, with 1 or 2. I don't know why it's being gutless. I hope they haven't tweaked it. See, this is what I mean. Now it creates paranoia that they've adjusted everything in the game, usually for the worst. Well, don't worry, Rebel. I'm going to be crashing on my bed soon. My meds are kicking in. Does be like that sometimes. Like I said, I take painkillers because of me cheek and that, but they don't, like, the vast majority of the time I can't even tell I've taken them or anything. Every now and then they suddenly, like, hit you a bit and you're like, god damn. But yeah, for the most part I don't really notice it. Versus, like, when I first got them and that, it was like, yeah, you felt it. For the first few days it was like, oh, I don't even know if I want to take them because I'm, like, off my tits every 4 hours or whatever it was. Yeah, that does kind of block that road, which I think I'm going to need at some point. It's the painted one, it's not even the rusty one. It's not looking good. Got away with that. I was going to say I'll probably try and drag it back into the zone. Will I have ones to wake me up in the morning and ones to help me sleep? Oh dear. Yeah, well, I do have sleeping tablets as well. They definitely help me sleep. Like I said the other week, I tried quitting them for a little bit. I'm still sort of glad I did it. I think it's worth having a little break from them. But yeah, I was awake for... I went to sleep like the night before the live stream, and then by the time I got some more sleeping tablets, because I was awake for about 5 or 6 days, and I was like, yeah, fuck this. And usually though, I actually felt alright. Like normally after that long. Normally about day 3 or 4 you feel pretty rough, but I actually felt fine. It was just to the point where it was like, well, it probably isn't that good for me. I don't think taking sleeping tablets is great either, but well, I don't think being awake for 6 days is particularly good for me either, so yeah, I decided to get some more. Shit. Some flatten, kind of wedge it around there. Yeah, they never really give you anywhere that feels like a proper place to move all this stuff. You just move it outside the zone, but... it doesn't really feel, I don't know. You didn't really clear the entire place up. You just literally pushed it outside of a zone, and then it's just as much in the way. Just outside the perimeter. It should leave, like, a bit of a better area. Again, this third one is possibly better at this point to bring a crane, to be honest. Yeah, just because of how much stuff is in the way. Once it's going though, it looks alright. Do they? Still lines them up so I can just push them out of the zone. Again, if this thing had a winch on it, considering it has literally got a cable at the back, yeah, it could do with one. I always switch it to march. I don't think it even reverses any quicker, whichever mode you're in. Start moving now, pipe. At least you can push the ends of this in marching mode as well. See what I mean? When the dozer's working well, it's good. I just don't know why it's being extra shit tonight. What is that actually getting caught on? Oh, it might be those stupid metal sheets. Let's see. It was too slow to reverse. Might take just as long turning around twice, but... Can we kind of hook this? Not really. Can we shove it through that way then? Be a squeeze. To be honest, after all this, I will probably have to bring a crane anyway to load that solar thing into there, because I probably won't try the same thing I did last time with using the ramps of the heavy transport thing. These vehicles do not turn wherever they want. Sand flattening and then marching should bump it up. That's right, Van, you are getting out of this zone. God, what? Like, this sand dune is like kryptonite to this dozer. I don't know why. Look at it. Just the pipe left, I believe. Done. I'll wedge it on that rock. Not really.
It's time to get some materials in. You don't really need to bring them on your own, though. Just plan a route for our trucks from the concrete plant. Oh, and the lab's piping system needs a little repair. Just a few valves that need installing. No biggie. Good job so far.
Oh, yeah, so I need to build this bridge now, so...
It's a bit tricky, but what's easy in this life, right? Apart from that,
Give this thing a little blast. Yeah, as you can see, like, the sideboard's longer, but still not going to fit two lots of these in. See, like, for example, the Azov wouldn't have made it up there in a million years. This thing's definitely feeling the weight. I don't like that back bar they've put on it. As you can see, it's already catching, like, look how low it is to the ground. If anyone owned a truck in this environment with that bar on the back, surely they would cut it off immediately. Like, I know this is probably sitting a bit lower because it's got cargo, but it is a cargo truck. That's kind of its purpose. But yeah, that back pipe is absolutely killing it. Kind of dumbass added that. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep going. I've only got to go down here, but to be honest, that has single-handedly kind of ruled out I won't really be doing much cargo delivering in this thing then if it's got that on the back. I didn't even notice it yesterday. I don't know why. I mean, again, I know this has got more cargo, so it's sitting lower. It could probably do with some better suspension, but it's only 9 slabs. I carry 15 around in the mule. That's got half as many axles. And admittedly, the mule isn't particularly happy about carrying 15, but it does. This has got 9. It's only really because it's 8-wheel drive and it's got enough tyres kind of dragging it. I think most other things probably would have beached at that point with that rear bar on it. As you can hear though, it's scraping along. It's reluctantly moving. Yeah, I paved all this with roads last time. I wanted to see tonight if I could just drive it instead. Worst case, I can bring some vehicles, but yeah, there is only like that little bit to cut across really. Then you sort of connect to this road, which should be, yeah, I was going to say should be solid, maybe not so much. It's almost like scraping the, yeah, it actually is as well. Don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I was going to say it's almost scraping like the ruts it's leaving with its tyres. It's like flattening the middle out. I'm going to tip. Well, not the best run with that vehicle. I do need to bring a crane, but I also do need something to lift that solar thing. Do I have another crane? See, it's doing that thing. You see where its garage is like faded out? You just have to go back out, go back to this, and then it'll be fine. It's another bug. Oh, that's that. I only own one. Oh, doing that as well. Oh, I could leave that here then. I'll lift the solar radiance thing with this. I'll take that epic thing. So, did I just, yeah, I think I did missions going down that road. Yeah, I may as well have a crane at this end anyway, so it's not too bad, because, yeah, lifting that giant solar radiance cargo into the building, I'll need it. See, what is that AI doing? There's a normal line going round this corner. No need to swerve off and crash. Rebel, lost left kidney. Oh, have you? Yeah, that is pretty bad, isn't it? Damn. Started making videos because Wolf took a year off, taught myself how to do it. Yeah, that's good, man. I quite like it. Are you enjoying it as well, doing videos? I must admit, that year did fly by. Which, as I said, it wasn't originally... Well, it wasn't originally really supposed to be anything, but... Phone kind of did it, and then, yeah, next thing you know, a year is gone. Some bloody trees. Yeah, look, now it's like deleted itself. This is a bit annoying. You know, like it's making some of the lines blank, red, I should say. I'll do it this way, but it sometimes then it tips the vehicle, yeah, upside down, which is just as inconvenient. But it won't give me the lines if I go like above the truck. Will that work? sake game. Again, it's like, can someone just play this game who works there and be like, oh yeah, this, and this really needs fixing. Yeah, we'll try again. I'm definitely disappointed about that bar at the back. That really does kind of ruin it for me. Like, that's literally just why it's struggling now. It's basically just constantly scraping that along the ground. Obviously, without any cargo, the suspension sits normal. That bar sits higher, but I mean, it's a cargo. If you can't carry cargo in it, it literally serves no purpose. Like, it has one job. And yeah, that's kind of making it fail it, to be honest. Can't even push cargo very well. Oh yeah, now we can do, well, hopefully. If it can get across there. Might be a little sketchy along there. We'll find out. Is it? Oh, it's over there. That's not too bad then. What vehicle is it? Is that? It's the Minuteman thing. I'm sure it sends trucks after that though. What was that? Voron? It might be alright then. Did I already have a Voron around here somewhere? Oh no, I took it for that Tifletown thing, didn't I? Where's the other one then? Oh yeah, so recover it. May as well go to the desert base, really. Rebel, I was bedridden for 5 months. Yeah, it's a long time that is. Yikes, Rebel. £177 and fit before day of surgery, 114 skin and bones. Yeah, that is pretty bad. Justin Lynch, knowing YouTube's AI, they'll deem you under 18 when all this online safety act stuff kicks in. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, that is. Obviously, it's just a bullshit excuse for more horse shit. It's funny, because for one thing, like, they've tried banning porn. You can literally go on Google and type any kind of porn, and it'll bring it up. So, they've banned porn sites, or tried, but you can still literally Google porn, so that's a waste of time, and conveniently benefits Google. And then weren't people doing, like, they were tricking the, you had to, like, upload a photo or something for age verification. And people were doing, is it that game Death Stranding? I believe there's a Death Stranding 2. And someone uploaded like a picture of the guy's face, you know, like a computer face. But because the graphics are that good, the age verification thing sort of confirmed it. But yeah, it's a complete waste of time. Everybody's been kicking off in England, but they won't. They probably won't do fuck all. But again, yeah, it doesn't stop anything. Right, which of these missions am I going to do? So the AI made it. Yeah, I may as well do these valve things first.
I never thought I'd local power grid. Once you install a
Getting
transformer in
close.
the power substation next to the lab, the circuit will be complete, and there will be much rejoicing and throwing of caps in the air. Seriously though, it will be a major breakthrough.
Oh, well, just roll over to the side then and fuck my idea. Oh shit. I was trying to make room because you've got to fit all three in, but since that one's rolling around, that doesn't really help. So in that case, I'll just try and ram all three in. As long as we can balance them and get the straps going. No, oh, this crane is off its tits tonight. It really is not listening to the inputs I'm doing. Ooh. Well, that overcooked it. Can we wing it? Still not quite at 90. See, the crane's not quite got enough oomph. When you extend it, yeah, it normally does the job. Bit of extra length. That's all she needed. I was going to see if this could shove these out of the way a little bit. It seems like it put a bit of a better effort in than that thing. I reckon one cargo container at a time, just because I'm going to have to bring the truck through here, so... Not too happy about it, but it did it. Oh, just run over that car instead of pushing it. See, mule, that's how you go up a hill without needing 18 different gears. It is doable. Turned a bit late on that one. I didn't even really need to, I just thought I'll try and swing around this way to line it up. Probably won't take it because the other ones are like blocking it. There we go. Come on. This one last time, it wouldn't work like now, but I ended up driving like through it and then back. No, and it did it last time. But obviously I did it with a mule, and they might be like different heights. Might make a little difference. Nope. Ooh, shit, wrong button. Well, I'll just use the crane if it... it's not having it. Right, if we get it wedged on there, will that do anything? It should, because in theory with the mule, because the sideboard is not actually blocking anything. At the minute, it's pretty much telling me the valve is in the way. Which is kind of the point. Oh well. Just do it with the crane. Two out of 3 ain't bad. Made it a little bit less hassle. Like, my sideboard isn't in the way. Let's think, now I have to move. Now I'll probably be too far away. We'll see. Yep, almost certainly. Fucking take the thing if it's green. Yeah, I'm assuming then, like, the hitbox with this, you know how, like, even though the sideboard dips in because it's a sideboard, that seemed to count with the mule, whereas I reckon on this one it's like it's got like an invisible layer at the top of the sideboard that's counting as a hitbox. Not that it's the end of the world, it's probably only like that particular situation that really matters. Yeah, may as well go and do these. Back to the same place. Yeah, all these last missions are all kind of bunched together, so it's actually sort of goes a bit quicker than you'd think. Steering definitely isn't mule levels. It's still decent enough though, the steering isn't bad. Just because I'm used to the mule. Well, yep, my meds, sorry, are kicking in. Time for bed. Good night all, keep doing what you do. I appreciate it, man. Cheers for popping in. I'm not sure if I said that in time, but yeah, enjoy the rest of your night, or your sleep even. Doer. See you will. Rebel, what is that? Min Bror Freinen Denmar is Danish for Wolf and Jim. It means my brother from another mother. Yeah, what was that? Danish? Don't even live that far away from there in the grand scheme of things. Oh yeah, shit, I should track the objective. Yeah, they're over there. Is it this one? Yeah. Yeah, no man, I appreciate it. Justin Lynch, so far I've had a 10 log load on that 8x8. Seemed to get along fine despite the rear being weighed down. Yeah, I must admit, the suspension seemed to, it's got a lot of travel on it versus some of the other vehicles. I mean, that's pretty much what was making that bar kind of sit on the ground, but by comparison, this hasn't got any bar or anything on it. It's taking its time for that gear to kick in then. There might be a chance if you drive at the right angle, it would just automatically take one of these as well. I won't try it, but it might be possible. I'm pretty sure, isn't it these solar radiance things, because they're all like mirrors reflecting up to like a focal point? Isn't these the ones that are like frying birds as they fly past? Because obviously I think when the bird's flying along, it can't necessarily see that, like, there's hundreds of concentrated beams of sunlight aiming at focal points. So if they just fly past near it, they end up flying through what is essentially like, I mean, they're not magnifying glasses, but yeah, concentrated sunlight. I think it's like burning their feathers and all sorts. And then you got like the wind turbine things. They're smacking birds and all sorts, and they're killing a lot of bugs, which is what the birds eat. Yeah, that green energy ain't going as well as they hoped. To be honest, it ain't even green energy. If you actually look at the windmills they build, the amount of material to build them, and then they only last like 5 or 10 years, and then the blades start crumbling and all sorts. And then they're all just sat around in like wind turbine blade graveyards now, because the what it's made of is non-recyclable and all sorts. So I think it's ended up being another classic scam they peddle. Tell you, environmentalists cause more harm to the environment with the stuff they complain about. It's like when they used to say wooden, I don't know, stuff, cardboard, all that sort of stuff, saying, oh, we're cutting down too many forests. And then everything went to plastic. Surely it would have been easier just to say, remember to plant some trees when you chop them down. Would be a better idea. And yeah, all the green energy that's not as green as they make out. And fossil fuels that aren't actually fossil fuels. Do you know, like, they still... Oil doesn't come from dinosaurs, despite the fact that they desperately keep trying to stick with that. Like, oil's made from, like, organic material. And it is technically renewable. Like, but I'm not saying renewable as in you don't just obviously plant something and get more, but it is constantly being generated underground. Like, I know they say they discovered oil in like 1896 or whatever the hell it was. There's been oil for millennia. I mean, it pops up out the ground. Often in like a lot of Middle Eastern countries, there's videos on YouTube, for example, where it just bursts out from the ground at some random location, often in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. So it's not as fossily fuel as they try to make out. If I'm not mistaken, I think coal is probably the only one that can be classed as like a legit fossil fuel. Because I believe it was something like 780 million years ago, trees started existing. But there was like a 30 million year window. I can't remember the exact numbers, but just roughly speaking. There's like a 30 billion year window where like funguses and bacteria, well, like funguses that eat decaying trees didn't exist yet. So after trees died, they just sort of fell over, laid on the ground, and nothing really, you know, like caused them to rot and disappear. And then all the trees that like were just lying around for millions of years. And then they became coal, but the reason we can't really, like... There's still ways you could, like, if a landslide happened and a load of trees got buried underground and whatnot, there's probably still ways that coal would get made over a very long period, though. But yeah, that's probably now there is, like, bacteria and fungus and all that eats trees. That's kind of like... Yeah, there's not really going to be any gigantic coal pits like there used to be, sort of like, because there was nothing to get rid of the trees. But everything else is a lot more renewable than they would like to make out. The biggest scam with it all as such, though, is like it's the oil companies that also own all these wind farms and everything. I know they're trying to make out in the media it's almost like, fuck oil companies, go to green energy. But it's the same company that owns it. But then because they sell it under the guise of global warming and all that, the oil company, say an oil company wants to build this, and let's just say it'd cost them $1 billion. because they're selling it under the guise of like, oh, global warming and we'll all die unless we get green energy, that same oil company will be allowed to build this for like 500 million, and they'll get a 500 million grant or whatever off the government, which is our taxes. So they basically just get to build their infrastructure for less money. And then on top of that, they sell it to us for a lot more than, like, you think a windmill sat in a field spinning is a lot less effort to generate electricity than building an oil rig, floating it out to the middle of the ocean, drilling a mile odd down, pumping it back up, sending it to a refinery, refining it, sending it all around the world to petrol stations and whatnot. It'd be a lot easier to, yeah, sit a windmill in a field. But somehow, everyone's electric and everything has doubled since we have windmills in a field a mile down the road. I'm going to need steel beams. I may as well recover this then to the desert base, I suppose. Oh, I'm sure I just tracked it. Apparently not. Rebel, going back up tonight after stream to make some more. Oh yeah, doing some more videos. Rebel, didn't notice the bar on it either. I'll have to look at the video I made yesterday. I didn't remotely notice it. Again, it's one of them conspiracies, but it's like, have they added that since yesterday? Because I didn't see it, didn't notice it. The only thing I think why it probably did become more noticeable is because I had 9 slabs. And it was quite way down. You know, sorry, I saw that sneaking off in the background. How many slabs has that got on it? It's got to have about 9 on it as well. And it has no bar on the back. That's obviously the Azov, so it's only rear wheel drive. But yeah, it probably was a lot more noticeable because it was squidged down like the suspension. But again, yeah, if 9 slabs are doing that, that's not good. Because I wouldn't say that's a particularly juicy amount of cargo. It looks like they basically just need to fix the suspension on that, make it less squidgy. Because, yeah, that was like a lowrider when I was driving it. But nonetheless, I definitely didn't really notice the bar on the back. Yeah, I drove it around. I only really picked up the artifact things on yesterday's video. That ended up, I was going to pick up with this thing, and then this got stuck, and that search and rescue mule got stuck. So I just dragged them all out with the links and then loaded it into one of them. Again, I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm just calling it like Alkiz or something. A-L-C-E-S or Alces. I don't know. Can't they just give them normal names? I'll just call it Alan. Justin Lynch. Well, it's 12 after 1 AM, so I'm heading off. Good night, guys. Yeah, appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in and enjoy your night. Night Justin, response 1980. Hello there, how's it going, dude? Cheers for joining us. Rebel, awful long straps. That's what she said. She likes them. J War, YOLO Axel Foley. What's Axel Foley again? Why does that ring a bell? Yeah, either way though, how's it going, dude? Gets a bit of a lean on that corner. Hope. Well, the AI have got past actually, so fuck it. I do not need to fix it. Yeah, look, all around here it looks quite a nice section. I think they could have hid something around here, but I don't think I ever had to drive over here for anything. Bit of handbrake. Yeah, we've got that fat thing to move now.
Well, my friend, you're about to make history, or rather, bring the Solar Radiance Lab up to its full glory. You
Oh yeah, shit. Joe, I've got so used because I got money now. I don't even look for vehicles anymore. I just go and buy a new one of what I need. Getting a bit too used to the habit of just going to the shop. See how terrible my trailer reversing skills are. Usually doesn't go that well. I don't know, I might have actually done alright on this one. We'll do a... Rebel solar panels, collect rays, mirrors would reflect. Yeah. They are mirrors though. What they do is the sun shines on them all, and then all bounces all the rays to like a focal point in the middle, and there's normally, the ones I've heard of have got salt in there, and then obviously between all the rays hitting it, heats it up to like 1,000 degrees, like, yeah, salt, so it becomes molten salt, and then I assume they use that to like, I don't know, probably turn water into steam. Yeah, which is like a bit of a different thing to the solar panels, but like I said, I'm sure... Oh, handbrake. I'm sure there was like birds getting cooked as they fly past. It's not the neatest cargo. We're on the way, Kelly. The dildo has arrived. Just got to install it. I should have said actually. It's a life-size replica of my cock. There's a lot of hauling. Didn't sound healthy. Yeah, you can see there, solar radiant steam generator. So yeah, it's a little bit different to the solar panels, but given like how they're designed and everything anyway, they may as well just make them solar panels. Cut out the middleman. But I assume in theory it's probably like a more efficient, I don't know, like energy conversion rate or something. Get out of the way, boy. It's important cargo coming through. J-War, what's with all the solar panels? Yeah, that's what I mean, they're mirrors on that one. I think when I get this fixed, it should blow the dust off them, you'll see. Like, for example, the that one are all mirrors, but then this solar plant thing there, they're solar panels. Like, they are just, yeah, collecting light and converting it or whatever. Surprised, to be honest, in a game like this, especially if they've gone with like a solar plant and a solar radiance plant, that they didn't do like wind turbines and have us like delivering big blades on trailers. It seems like the sort of mission that would sort of fit in quite well. I was saying that they did that on SnowRunner, didn't they? I was just thinking in my head, like, actually, I'm sure I've done that before. That'll be what it was on. Rebel, plastic is worse than people think. Yeah. I do agree in the scheme of things. Some things probably not so bad, but given like the actual, I don't know, like the massive variety of things we use plastic for. And obviously now they're saying about microplastics, and it's obviously all in the ocean, and it breaks down into tiny little bits. I think we've all got microplastic in us, and yeah, they've noticed like certain things, if you microwave stuff in plastic containers, even though it may say like microwave safe and all that, I think like the plastic leaches out over time. Funny enough, I was even thinking the other day, like my coffee cup I've got, it's sort of it says a self-stirring mug. It used to have like batteries in it, and you press a button and it stirs itself. But it's also essentially like a acts a little bit like a thermos sort of mug. It's metal on the outside, but it's got like a plastic liner. And I was thinking the other day, like I wouldn't mind. I like the fact that it insulates my drink, keeps it hot for a bit longer. But yeah, I'm not too keen on the fact that it is plastic. Wouldn't mind a version that's like either metal or ceramic or something. Rebel, my people at recycling centre just throw batteries in the landfill. They need to put them back to battery factory and let them figure out how to reuse them. That's true. I'm not going to lie, I've thrown plenty of batteries in the bin, but I do know what you mean. Especially now with all these lithium batteries and that are getting a little bit more dangerous. Even electric vehicles, really. I'm not saying they're shit. I've got nothing against them at all. I personally prefer, like, you know, internal combustion engines, but I'm not anti-electric vehicles at all. But they were certainly pushed being, yeah, planet-friendly again, and it's like, if you really look into it, it isn't. Like all the lithium mines and yeah, just the amount of effort going to make an electric car, it isn't really doing a lot for the environment. And then after all that, you got to get your electric from somewhere, which is probably going to be a coal-fired power plant, etc. So yeah, it kind of negates the use of it. And then obviously, it's happened a few like car parks have ended up burning down because an electric vehicle burst into flames, or I think wasn't there a ferry that had one burn and that basically took the whole ferry out because it's pretty hard to put it out. Shit, crane legs. Yeah, if you see there, like the top of that tower, all those mirrors are supposed to reflect sunlight at that tower. And weirdly, in this one, it looks like the tower just looks sort of like solar panels, really. The one I've seen a few of them, are like a big ball on the top. With, yeah, like, and again, can you see how, like, they're all mirrors, they're not solar panels? It's just like two different ways of using the sun for that, really. Clever idea, but like I say, because all these are mirrors, yeah, they all reflect the sun, and then there's like a concentrated beam of sunlight that heads to that middle focal point. And as birds fly through, they get cooked by it. It burns their feathers, and then obviously, well, it's sort of worse in a way, because it cooks their feathers, but doesn't kill the bird. It just, once it's burnt its feathers, it kind of obviously has to land. It can't really fly properly. Yeah, the mirrors like bounce the sun, but then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, each one of them in real life has a little motor on them, because they obviously have to turn as the sun goes across the sky, so they still reflect to the same like focal point. So I think it ended up being more hassle than it's worth, because you think everyone's got to have an individual motor on them, and then yeah, I think it's just easier to, like, they could have just made them all solar panels, really. So I think that's why that technology is sort of didn't take off too much in the end. Yeah, done. What time is it, out of curiosity? Oh, we're only 5:15. Cooking. We'll go to Colonel. Yeah, like I say, not as neat as my normal playthrough. I got all the clouds at the edge uncovered and that, but there's not really nothing really going on up there. But yeah, it's basically the edge over here. Nothing going along all up there. Yeah, it's got most of that. Just desert, really. That's the main thing in the desert. It's got the phone box and a toy truck there. That's about it. Like I say, the ferries still exist. I'll have to see if I can get on that ferry, actually. I wonder if I can crane something up there. I won't do it now, but as I said, it took the ferry on my other game, so I never got to find out. In that case, return to hub. Lobotomy scam. Recycling uses more energy than just putting it in a landfill. Yeah, it probably does in some cases, I must admit. It is, even around here, I can't say as of this week, but I know this was like common up and like recently sort of thing, is we've got different bins to put out like different recycling and all the rest of it, and they end up just, they send a separate truck for the recycling, but they all just, it goes to the same landfill, so after all that, it's like a waste of time anyway. Yeah, I'll read it quickly. The local energy corporation was preparing a secondary site to expand its main geothermal power plant when a series of planning errors and questionable cost-cutting decisions led to a disastrous failure. During the fracking process, these issues provoked a large-scale seismic event. You've been tasked with assessing the damage, investigating the cause of the disaster, and helping the town to recover. Yeah, it all just says unexplored. It doesn't really matter. I'll go with this, because, again, it's the first time I've had it unlocked to start a map, but I would argue the Lynx is probably the better starting vehicle. But you're basically at the main garage at the start anyway, so you can basically spawn anything when you want. Rebel, I've got one at the mountain base in Sunken. Haven't used it yet. I'll check the original. Is that, yeah, that new truck? G-War, you still play SnowRunner? I do, but I've not for a little while, but I'm, after doing this game, I'm planning on going back to SnowRunner and doing a bit on that. Lobotomy scam, Beverly Hills Cop. Oh, is that the name? Yeah, Axel Foley is Eddie Murphy from Beverly Hills. Fair enough, I thought I'd heard it somewhere. I never would have guessed that in a million years, but I know I've heard it before. Not seen that as well, Beverly Hills Cop. I remember watching it when I was a kid, but I've not seen that for a fucking long while. Eddie Murphy's not really in much anymore, is he? I liked him as he was a good comedian, but quite like some of his films as well. Yeah, well, Colonel. You're near the top left. And obviously to give you a rough scale. Yeah, I don't know how much I'm going to get done tonight, because like I say, it's kind of worth building roads all over the place, to be honest. Right, it is some pretty thick, juicy mud. Although, again, this thing is decent for, like, it flies over stuff like this. It just has the same issue that tracked vehicles do, where it doesn't, yeah, like that. It doesn't like turning if it's on a rock or just anything catching it. I've noticed that sometimes they don't turn if you're on these little bushes as well. It was doing alright there, but worth watching out for. But yeah, I still like this thing. I like it. It's got a nice bit of speed to it. Like, turns good when it turns. See there, that I was turning the entire time. It just got stuck on, like, nothing really. Explore this location over here. Yeah, overall, so far, I've quite enjoyed Colonel, though. It's a bit of a, I think because I already braced for the fact it was going to be, like, a more difficult map. And again, I've got more into the mindset of, like, I will just build roads, get it kind of... get it done rather than trying to sort of wing it without them. And, yeah, I think it's sort of alright. It's like, it's definitely a difficult map without roads built, but now I have got roads along here and everything. It's sort of pretty easy at the minute. Pretty easy, free-flowing missions once I've got all that done. Which, yeah, obviously on this playthrough, I don't want to spend, like, I must have done, I don't know, I've got to be a good 15-20 hours building roads on kernel. So I don't really, that's going to be like 4 or 5 live streams worth just building roads, so we'll have to figure out how to, yeah, slim that down a bit and just pick the essential routes. Where the hell am I going? Over there. Yeah, I'd say this thing's definitely quicker than the links once it's going up to speed, even the long roads like that. So it's definitely, I'm not knocking it or anything. But it's little bits like this where I already know now, go slightly to the left, but that cage on the front of the winch would catch on that rock just to the right of me, and that drowned me the first time. Whereas, yeah, the links would go through there pretty hassle-free. Again, it's nice when you already know a map, so you sort of know where to go. Helps make things go a bit smoother on the live streams as well. Gangster Elmo, hello Mr. Lone Wolf and all. How's it going, dude? Good to have you joining us. I think it's over this way, actually. I don't know why, like, is that saying 2 ton? There's no way that is a 2 ton bridge. It's more like a 20 ton bridge. Joey War, 1 million loafs on the map again. Why, if I could on this game, bastards haven't let me buy one yet. The day they're for sale, though. Better believe I'll be buying a lot of them. Gangster Elmo, Eddie Murphy does family movies now. Oh, does he? That's probably why I've not seen him as much or anything. To be fair, I don't really watch, like, proper TV anymore. On my TV right now, what is it? It's a guy... what's he called? His Royal Fatness doing a World of Tanks Blitz live stream, but it's just on in the background. Either got something like that on, or Mythbusters, even though I've seen every episode of that like 500 times each. Yeah, I just kind of like the TV on in the background, but it's pretty sort of rare these days I actually watch something. Or like on Amazon, I've already, a few films I've bought is like The Thing. I put that on quite a lot. Yeah, that is a good film. But yeah, to be honest, I really don't watch a hell of a lot. I was thinking earlier as well, slight sidestep of the subject, but I was thinking like, oh, I wouldn't mind playing something like GoldenEye from the Nintendo 64. And it only dawned on me, I was like, oh yeah, shit, I've got a PC now, in theory. I should be able to... I don't know if you'll be able to get it on Steam, but I'm sure one way or another, there's got to be a way to get GoldenEye on the PC, so... wouldn't mind getting that at some point and playing through that. So I'll do the AI route now. It'll probably get stuck a lot. We'll see just how bad it... oh yeah, shit, well, it's going to be pretty bad there. Yeah, well, I'll draw it. Yeah, so I'm going to have to get the dump truck out pretty much straight away. To be fair, again, I don't mind building roads at all. I've been enjoying it. I wanted to try and avoid making like an entire stream basically just building roads the entire time, but that's going to be a little bit tricky on this map. Oh yeah, I kind of squeezed through there. Well, I may as well go and get a dump truck because it's definitely going to get stuck. Where are the sand quarries? I need to go along that road. The only place I was able to get a scalper deployed was, yeah, somewhere around there. I don't know if it's because of that little patch. Whatever it is, it's still far more annoying than it needs to be. I need to get used to what those menu, you know, where it says L2, R2 to scroll through. I need to figure out which vehicles are in which section, because it saves scrolling through all of these to find out where the vehicle you want is. Yeah, this feels a little bit more gutless as well, I reckon, than it did. Because again, I definitely spent a lot of time using this between filling in the concrete slabs facility and building a racetrack. And I've noticed quite a lot probably in the last week or maybe the last 3 or 4 days or whatever. It can quite often, if you just sat here, it probably will move now. But sometimes when you accelerate, it just doesn't have any guts to get going. It literally will just sit on the spot. I mean, you can see there, it's moving, only just. I was sort of waiting until the dumper thing was a bit more full. Rebel, Missy yells at me, I only watch YouTube. Yeah, it just seems like, I bet they've taken a hell of a lot of business, really, off, like, what was normal TV. It's like cinemas and that, really. I'm not knocking, like, I get some people like going to the cinema. But personally, I've never really enjoyed that, whereas obviously these days, they should just, the day they release a film, they should just have it for sale the same day, really, because, yeah, that seems to be a thing of the past that doesn't make as much sense these days. Again, if you enjoy going or taking a girl on a date or something, but yeah, I am an antisocial bastard though, so I don't really like going anywhere. I'd be like, you know the film Castaway with Tom Hanks? That'd be my idea. Like, I would not be crying on that island. I'd be like, finally. I'd be hiding and they send a search plane over. Like, pretend I'm a tree or something so they don't spot me. Or just write a massive sign saying fuck off in the sand. Gangster Elmer, I watch sports live and that's about it. Stream most everything else. Yeah, exactly. What sports do you watch? Again, I'll be honest, I don't really watch much of anything myself. I used to watch like the World Cup, the football. I'm not that into football or anything, but because it was the World Cup, it was like extra enjoyable watching us lose every year or every 4 years. But yeah, I used to like watching Formula 1 and that, but they've ruined that because they're all just shitty little eco engines. You need to bring the V10s or preferably the V10s, even the V8s. I'd accept them at this point. And then yeah, I don't know, a lot of sports, to be honest, over here, they kind of break it down so much into like you've got to subscribe to a specific package or whatever. Like I'd happily watch stuff like the British Touring Car Championships. Quite like that. DTM, which is like the Dutch one. That was pretty good back in the day. What you had all like E30s and I don't know, Mercedes 190Es and all sorts. The British Touring Car Championships are only things like, I don't know, a Vauxhall Vectra and a Peugeot 406 and pretty shit cars really in the scheme of things in real life, but the touring car versions were pretty good. But the racing was pretty good. A lot of like, I don't know, bit of ramming, bit of drifting. A lot of close calls, that sort of stuff. That was quite entertaining. But you just don't really see it on anymore. And again, whatever it is, you can probably catch it on live on YouTube anyway. Oh yeah, do you know what? Sorry, I just completely autopiloted into fixing roads. I forgot I was supposed to be going over there. Again, it's probably worth laying a bit of sand down at this point, but yeah, I actually didn't even realise I was just road building mode. May as well lay a bit more down while I'm on the way, I suppose. Won't hurt. Against Romo, do you ever call a hit? Oh, hit and missy. Oh yeah, hit and missy. I see you wrote it. You will tonight. And then you end up getting hit. Against Romo, football, American football and baseball. Yeah, I don't think I've ever watched baseball. Seen a bit of American football. I've not certainly not like into it as such, but the seen a few like say the highlights where you see some of the good tackles where they smash each other and all that. Can be pretty entertaining. I can see why people watch it. But over here we've got rugby, which is similar. Well, yeah, kind of. Same odd-shaped football. And yeah, you get some pretty hard hits in that. They don't wear like padding or anything in rugby. A lot of them are just, yeah, some raw hits. But again, I'm not really that into that. As a kid, I was alright at rugby when we got forced to play it at school. But it was only because I was really, really fast at running. So as soon as I got the rugby ball, it's like, I'm gone. Because I just don't want the massive guy slamming into me. But yeah, I was basically too quick for just about everyone else. So give me the rugby ball and I'm off. And yeah, baseball, I mean, again, at school we had like, I suppose it was baseball, we'd call it more rounders over here, which is a bit like, almost like the girls' version of the sport, to be honest. No offence to them, it's alright, but it's basically like the girls' version. Yeah, used to be pretty good at that as well. I remember as well, as a kid, it's just, do you know, it's the same woman, the teacher, who hit me because I didn't hold the bloody maypole. And we were playing, it was cricket, but it was called it quick cricket for whatever reason. And I didn't even know any of the rules of cricket. Apparently, well, like, I know now, if you hit the ball out of the boundary or whatever, they say it's 4, like 4 points. And I remember when we first played it at school, and yeah, someone bowled the ball to me or whatever, I hit it, and again, I had some pretty good arms on me, so I just used like baseball, rounders, cricket. I'd always just hit it like out of bounds and score a 4 or whatever. But yeah, then like when you hit the cricket ball, you're supposed to run from wicket to wicket, and this teacher was shouting 4. I didn't know what the fuck she was on about, so I just kept running until she got right in my face and was screaming 4, and it's like, what are you on about, 4? And then yeah, my mate was like, yeah, it's the scoring in cricket. I was like, oh, she could have said, she's the teacher. Just discriminating, assuming because I'm English I already knew what cricket was. Like, calm down, I'm like 6 years old. But yeah, I remember her going mad. She didn't like me because I went out with her daughter at like 8 years old. Not like anything happened. I held her daughter's hand, that's probably about it. But yeah, she always hated me. Well, I actually know why, because she was a bit of a snob and I was poor. That's why she didn't like me. Didn't want her daughter going out with a poor guy. Oh yeah, that's why I put that flag there. It's the quarry radius. I might as well get this bit patched. As much as it pains me, I might have to get the scalper out. So if I can get it to deploy again down there, I can fix that like ditch a lot easier than reversing back to here every time. Rebel, she's asleep already. It's 12:30 here. Gangster Elmo, 7:30 here. Sorry, not 7:30, 5:30. Where are you then? Are you... What's it here for me? Oh, it's 5:30 as well. Yeah, where are you then? What time zone's that going on? Get us close enough to that corner. I'll send the dozer down and then I'll attempt to bring the scalper, but it may be a complete waste of time, which is why I don't like using it. Girls sport, that's what she said. It sort of was, it's like smaller bats than baseball. Kind of a similar idea though. You run around the bases and yeah, you hit the ball as far as you can. Again, playing that game, I remember as a kid, it is what it is. I used to just smash the ball, especially for my age. Like, I'd send that thing fucking gone. And I remember we played a game of rounders, basically baseball. And I won, because I was the last guy batting. And the scores were about even, but because everyone knew I hit the ball really far, all the people on the other team all ran out to like the edges of the pitch, ready to try and catch it or throw it back quicker or whatever. And then when the guy threw it, I just tapped it, and the ball just landed in front of me, and then I ran around all the bases, and everyone who was like half a field away, assuming I was going to hit it really far, had to run back, and yeah, scammed them on that. But yeah, all those sort of sports, I don't know, for my age, I suppose, I just had some decent arms on me. That's why I used to row boats and snap oars in half. That's why I couldn't be trusted with plastic or wooden oars. I had to get metal ones. Yeah, like discus throwing though, I got the record at school for that. Javelin, when we first did javelin, I nearly stabbed the teacher. Because he stood about 50 metres away, which most people didn't really throw it that far, but I did. And yeah, nearly got him. And then yeah, running as well was what I did, like, ran against other people in the UK. I was not too bad at that as well. So that's what I mean though, playing rugby, it was like, give me the ball and I'm gone. No one's catching me. And like I said, that more sprouted from like, I just don't want to get hit by my mate that's a fucking unit. Built like, yeah, a rugby player. I was more like a, I don't know, tall, skinny string bean that runs fast as fuck. But then, like I say string bean, but I just for my age was like always sort of a year or two ahead, it almost seemed like. So I was always just quite big for the year I was in. So yeah, that kind of gave me a little bit of a advantage in the scheme of things. See, I don't know how well this comes across, I should say, on Livestream, but I quite like building roads. Honestly, just when I do this before I'm making a video, I just zone out. I'm either listening to some old podcast or, yeah, just lost in my own world of thoughts. Next thing I know, I've built a road. Works out pretty nicely. Rebel, I haven't watched baseball since the early 80s. Stopped because they went on strike for more money. Still carry a chip on the shoulder. Football is going on almost 10 years now. No sports in this house. Yeah, I remember vaguely about, even over here, hearing about that baseball thing. Where they sort of struck and everything. Which, yeah, I don't think went too well for them. It's funny, it's like the WNBA at the minute, saying pay us what you owe us, and then people threw dildos on the court. So that's what they deserve. They lose money every year. They should be paying the American taxpayer to carry on playing women's bloody basketball. It's nothing against them, it's just the nature of a sport. Like, A guy is going to dunk a basketball better than a woman. Or if it's baseball, he's going to hit it further. If it's football, he's going to kick it harder. If it's rugby, they're going to hit harder. There's not really. Like, women's volleyball does well, because they all wear little shorts. I think that helps boost the algorithms. And that's about it. If the well, I was going to say if the WNBA did it naked, but to be honest, looking at the state of some of them, I don't know, actually. Not exactly the most feminine looking. What was that? Brittany Griner, or whatever the fuck her name was, who got arrested in Russia. And they swapped the guy that the film Lord of War was based on for her. It's like one of the all-time worst deals ever. It was Biden. Yeah. I'm pretty sure she's, like, a man. I'm not even just saying that, like, to be harsh. I think she's literally a man. I think Russia realised that as well. Oh yeah, scalper. That's what I'm looking for. Oh shit. There it is. Alright, fingers crossed, because this thing is pretty fucking useless on this map. Gangster Roma, I have no idea what the rules are in cricket. Long story short, you know, like, if you hit the ball and you've got the size of the pitch they're playing on, if the ball lands on the ground but then rolls out of the radius, it's 4 points. And if you hit it and it just goes straight sailing out of the park, bit like in baseball, I think a home run, where it doesn't even hit the ground, it just goes straight out, that's 6 points. And anything less than that, you run from like wicket to wicket, is 1 point each, which I just hit the ball and thought, right, start running. And yeah, she just kept shouting 4 at me until she was literally like an inch away from my face, like grabbing my shoulders, shouting 4, and it was like, 4 what? What the fuck are you on about? And again, yeah, she's a teacher, should have taught me that shit. Still reminds me, I don't know why, there was a teacher we had in year 2, so I was like 5 years old, called Mrs. Wallace. And we all loved her for some reason, and she was a right bitch. Looking back, it was like, I don't know why any of us liked her. She was the most moody, stuck-up cow going. And she made me read, it was like a Biff, Chip and Kipper book, and it had the word island in it. And again, I was probably 4 at this point. And I was like, when I got to it, I was like, like, Island? What the fuck? And she went mad at me and was like, it's island. And it's like, right, you're the fucking teacher. Like, I've never encountered that word in my life. And she went absolutely mad at me for not knowing it. It's stuck with me all these years. Like, fucking bitch. Yeah, she was just generally a moody bastard, and I don't know why everyone liked her. I did as well. I'm just leaving it there, even though its arm will now block the road, which is massively inconvenient in its own right. Gangster, I'm watching baseball right now. Seattle, is that Mariners? And Tampa Bay Rays. They just cut half like the top of the comment off. Rebel, West Coast, yes, Washington State. Washington State. How's it 5:30 where you are then? Well, you were saying like PM as well, weren't you? So that's like 12 hours behind me or something. Rebel on East Coast, South Carolina. Yeah, that's what obviously this arm being in the way. So we'll just jump over these rocks. Gangster Stromo, understanding the game. Something tells me you wish you did get that teacher. Which one? The one who bit my head off for cricket? Or the one who bit my head off for not knowing the word island? Fix the rest of that a little bit later. Again, I can always, like, between this week and next week, I can get a few roads laid down just so I don't have to do so much of this during the stream. Rebel, I was a runner in the younger days. Think it was because of my ADHD. You never know, it might help. Get a bit hyped up and all the rest of it. Yeah, I was just pretty rapid, short distance, for whatever reason. Like, it's one of them, really, where I just was. I didn't even really, like, put any effort into it or anything, if you know what I mean. I just happened to be rapid for some reason. Romo, go Gamecocks, that's what she said. WNBA is terrible. Yeah, it really is, like... Yeah. Dildos being thrown on court is pretty much... sums it up. I think they've had a fourth one thrown on there now, haven't they? Which, yeah, I mean, saying they don't get paid as much, it's like, you don't bring in as much. That's like me saying YouTube should pay me as much as PewDiePie. It's like, well, no, they shouldn't. PewDiePie probably gets as many views a minute as I get a year. Probably more. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they lose about 20 million a year, so when they're saying pay us what you owe us, it's like, well, really, you should all be getting a bill. It's like, they're not owed being basketball players. Like, as if the world owes them. Like, not really. Try and go forward. This thing does get beached a lot on its own doings, on whatever it drops. J-War, never been a fan of WNBA. Yeah, like I say, it's not even anything personal, it's just, it's literally like, if you're going to watch a sport, you want to watch the best person at it. And it just... it is what it is. Men are physically stronger than women. So every sport, the men's version, which until recently was just the version, until they started bringing a women's version of everything. Yeah, it's just not as good. It never is going to be. Like, however, I don't know, they dunk in the WNBA. I'm not even a fan of basketball, but if I was going to watch it, I'm going to watch the men's version. Like, yeah, Michael Jordan, or I don't even know anyone's name in WNBA. Apart from, who's that, Caitlyn something or other. Which temporarily brought some attention to the sport, but... being honest, they weren't happy that she was white, so they all kind of bullied her out of it for the most part. Didn't she go to like some European team in the end? This thing does have a gigantic chin. For being a dump truck, it's really not the best shape. And yeah, it's the same though, like women's football. They've played like 14-year-old boys Sunday leagues and got absolutely smashed. And yeah, it just is what it is. Like, it's not being harsh. Right, I could patch it up a little bit better, but I'll send the dozer, see if we can at least get the AI across there. Oh yeah, I'm going to have to fold the bloody scalper up. Could try and bring the loaf again and prop the wing of it up. But again, if like it's so awkward with the scalpers, it often you end up getting to deploy it where it does block your road like that. If I could deploy it like there, it wouldn't be in the way, but I'm not even going to try and drive it there, because guaranteed it'll just say, nope, unable to deploy. Rebel, everyone needs to stop watching sports, maybe just like Olympics. There's a female basketball player here that looks like a guy, and everyone loves him. Yeah, again, a lot of them are a bit on the manly side, which I suppose makes sense, as in they're naturally going to be like... As far as basketball goes, probably being taller and etc. helps. I imagine there's not too many like 4.5 foot women that are great at basketball. Gangster Elmo, thank you for the cricket breakdown. There's no problem. There's a piece of useless information you'll never need. Even I don't need it. That's why I was trying to pass you the info. I was hoping it would leave my brain in the process. But yeah, I just remember that teacher bollocking me for it. It was like, fucking hell. Calm down. But yeah, like I say, she never liked me. You look at it and explains you what maypole dancing is. J-War, good looking, probably. Who's that? Sorry, I got a bit lost at this point. Rebel, always thought West Coast was 4 hours behind me. Thanks, Romo. 8 hours behind, 9:45. Mariners won. It probably changed. Does it change maybe like with the what do you call it? Where they change the clocks? I used to know someone in Australia that was like, at some points, I think it was as close as like they were 9 hours ahead of me, and then obviously their clocks would go, you know, say forward the same time ours would go back, because it's like winter here and summer there, so then it'd go from like 9 hours to 11. There was a small window where it was 10 hours. I think that was someone in Melbourne, so that was like, yeah. I just remember the clocks changing did make, like, it doubled up because they were on the other side of the world. Gangster Elmo, the javelin teacher. Chat is a bit slow. Oh shit, swerving off. Three Rebel. I think Utah is 3 hours behind me, because when we speak with the... is that Nice? Caitlin, that's the girl that looks like a guy. I'm trying to... Probably. I'll be honest, I can't even remember like what she looks like anyway. I just remember hearing something, the name Caitlin rang a bell as like... I think she was like the sort of best player going, but yeah, I think there was a bit of jealousy going on. No, women's beach volleyball. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, you can watch that, because they just wear little shorts and you can look at their arse, which at that point doesn't really matter what they're doing. Could be making sandwiches. Still watch. Rebel women's beach volleyball. Now that I would watch, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Maybe not for the volleyball. To be fair, I wouldn't really be that keen on watching men's volleyball either in that case. I think that's one of them sports that, yeah. See, the women's volleyball probably does better than... I don't even know if there is a man's volleyball. I'm sure there probably is, but I've never heard of it if there is. I mean, again, some sports, like, obviously women would be better at, you'd think, though, like, but it's more physically demanding. But Formula 1, in theory, they should be good at it, because women have a smaller frame, and that's better for when you're trying to make a car go around a track as quick as possible. But they just can't compete physically. Like, Formula 1 is a lot more tiring than you'd think. For anyone who's even been go-karting, you do that for 15 minutes, and it's like your arms ache, your neck aches. So, yeah, you need to, like, not just be physically fit, but I think F1 is, like, pushing the bounds of what a male human can do. I think it's already kind of beyond a woman. Not to be harsh, it just is what it is. That's why there isn't really any women in Formula 1. There's a few that got close, like Formula 3 and so on. But the ones that will actually admit it will say, yeah, like, it just... They can't, like, keep their neck supported for 3 hours flying around a track with high amounts of G-forces going on constantly. Which some will try and say, oh, it's because I've not been given the opportunity, but it ain't that. There's too much money to be made in Formula 1. If a woman was the quickest, she'd have the gig. I don't really need to go back over all of this, but I suppose I kind of have anyway. I'll leave the rest of it, I'll swerve off here. Just want to get to a bit where it doesn't leave a ripple in the road, which is not looking good. I have to kind of chase it along very slowly. Yeah, saying that actually. Probably could be worth flattening this bit out anyway. Okazizi, I think Roadcraft needs more missions with different trucks, like deliver or in 5 minutes some medical supplies. Yeah, true, that'd be an interesting one, because then you could actually, if you can't make it in 5 minutes, you have the choice to build a road to make it quicker for yourself. Overall, I'm hoping, like someone has said, they're not sure if they're going to add more missions back to original maps on this game. I hope they do. I think it all hinges really on how popular this game is. It's certainly not as popular as SnowRunner, but I'd say it's clearly more popular than Expeditions. I think that's what it hinges on. It's like they're apparently adding a Season 5 to SnowRunner. That's because it's a popular enough game. If this thing kind of dies off pretty quickly, they'll probably try and move on to something else, but if it stays popular enough, then I'm hoping they add more missions to original maps. There's certainly room to, and the maps are there. The maps look decent, like graphics, the design of them and all the rest of it. We've also built roads, so we've already kind of got a bit of infrastructure laid down, so it'd be a shame if they never add anything else to the original maps. Well, I was going to stop, but it's not really levelling out. I may as well just go to the end and level it. Sorry, one sec with the comments. We'll scroll down. Jay Ward, the teacher. Oh, good looking. Well, the one who bollocked me for Ireland was about 70 years old or something. The one who I was going out with a daughter, not bad looking. For a teacher, not bad. Didn't really have any, like, particularly good looking teachers as a kid. Except one, actually. There's a PE teacher that came to our primary school. She was pretty damn fit. Oh yeah, AI route. Yeah, for the most part, they were... It was a very old school. They were a lot more like old women, sort of one step removed from like a nun school. Yeah, and like I say, the head teacher at that school, she used to go in her office, she'd have like a bottle of whiskey on the desk. She always, like, she'd put her ashtray in the top drawer, but you'd see smoke pouring out the desk drawer. So yeah, she'd smoke and drink in her office. She didn't particularly like me either. I think she didn't like me because my oldest brother had probably some kind of equivalent of ADHD or something before it was diagnosed. They just thought he was annoying. Yeah, I don't know, by the time I got there, she just didn't... it wasn't too much of a fan of me. Again, I think a lot of them, there was a lot of snobbishness, really, in that school. Everyone's turning up in, like, Range Rovers and Jaguars, and then, yeah, I'm in a Lada Samara, a Russian vehicle. Couldn't even afford a Western vehicle. Oh, shit, got stuck on the bloody scalper, bastard. Hopefully it can get through that little bit, even though it's not completely paved. Let's find out. What other missions have we got when that's done? Bring logs. I ain't got logs yet until... what mission is it, actually? Yeah, this one. Which is going to require some roads as well. Most likely. I'll just go around the long way for now. Again, I can always tweak it a bit for next week. I think it is Vorons it sends on this, so there's a bit of hope. It's this corner though they're sketchy on. Oh yeah, in fact, that patch there as well is like super mud. They don't like that. See, the first two AI routes and they have to go head on with each other. On my playthrough, I've sort of widened the road so there's enough room for them both to pass. But then by now, in fact, now my AI routes come out, cut down here, straight across there. I think I've even built a ramp just down there. And then go round, and then this bit is like wide enough. I was considering it, like building a road sort of here, but it's turning that corner that there'll be a bit of a twat at, so I haven't really bothered so far. Yeah, they are Vorons. Well, if they make it, it won't be like tonight, but eventually when they make it enough times, I'll get enough logs, and then I can do that sawmill mission, so that's a side mission. Organise operations. Oh, well, there's another route. Oh, is that... Oh, it is that one, yeah, they've just not completed it yet. Clear the area, can do that. It's a nice thing about starting a new map, everything is in your garage. Gangster Elmo, have you ever seen foot volley? Volleyball, but you can't use your hands. Pretty stupid, really. I'm not sure. I've seen some kind of videos on YouTube that was like silly sports, so I might have very briefly. I'm trying to think. There was something else that was sort of a similar concept that was obviously a bit. Yeah, kind of like silly. It's never really going to be like a serious sport. I can't think what the hell it was. God knows. Yeah, maybe, but either way, yeah, there is some like random stuff that people invent. I suppose people with no arms probably enjoy that sport. Bit of armless fun. Probably popular in the thalidomide community. Rebel, sandwich cutie. I'll watch Missy said that to me today. You want a sandwich? Except Missy wasn't wearing a skimpy outfit.
Want to hear something funny? While you were driving, I found some more info on this sawmill here. Guess why there's no wood around here and why the mill was broken even before the quake. Hint 1. The owners ran it at triple capacity all the time. Hint 2. They never bothered with equipment maintenance. You gotta give them credit. They had a strategy and they stuck to it. Ah, the
Crane
miracle
legs.
of optimization. I find it more funny if we didn't
For God's sake, man, the fucking edge of this building. Some sharp hitbox going on. Rebel, is it starting to get light outside for you? Yeah, it is now, pretty much. It doesn't look like it's properly sunny. Hang on. No, it's not bad actually. Looks like a pretty nice morning. Bit of fog going on over the fields. Null, there's a YouTuber who's redone the levels in Roadcraft after unlocking all the vehicles for extra content. Oh, have they? Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad one to go back, because there's a lot of, like the earlier maps, like, yeah, say the Sand Scalper thing, for example. I only unlocked that on Sojourn, so I'd completed, like, quite a few maps by then. Maps particularly like, what was it? Precipice or Aftermath, I think it was. Like the version of that map where it's like after the storms hit. I quite liked that map at the beginning and would have happily built more roads and stuff on that map, but obviously that was before I'd unlocked the Sand Scalper, and the quarries don't cover a lot of areas or whatever on that map, and back then you only really had like the Taiga dump truck. It just made it, yeah, you didn't really get to get stuck into, like, the road building aspect of it, really, other than, like, the bare minimum. There was obviously zones where it had put a sand quarry because it's going to make you build a road for a mission, but getting into just, I don't know, kind of freestyle, free roam building roads all over the place, it didn't really work back then. But, yeah, if you've got all the vehicles now, it'd probably change the way you do a lot of the maps as well. Oh, I'll track the mission so it actually tells me what's going on. Crane's actually not too bad at pushing, like, yeah, 2 cargo at once. That'll do. Oh, possibly 3. Didn't move that box a bit. That'll do for that. Again, you've only really got to get it out the zone. 30 seconds later, it could roll back in for all I care. Rebel, haven't had a walk in a couple of weeks, maybe this morning after the stream. Yeah, I need to do more of that myself. I used to go for a walk, but more like, yeah, sort of 2 in the morning, but I'm obviously like mid-editing and stuff by then. Hyperboom, how are you liking the new vehicles? I quite like the crane one. Yeah, same here. The Voron I think is pretty decent as a crane sideboard combo. The other one, I did like it until, if you just saw the live stream about an hour or so ago, I had 9 lots of concrete in it, concrete slabs, and the suspension was squidged so low it's got like a metal bar at the back of the truck that was basically scraping along the ground. Yeah, which makes it less useful for, like, I'd say heavy cargo missions, but yeah, I don't think 9 concrete slabs is that crazy. Again, I've had 15 slabs on the mule, and it's not keen on it, but it still makes it. So yeah, but definitely the Voron, the crane thing, I do quite like. And yeah, evening, by the way. Yeah, cheers, man. Evening. Oh, how did they fail there? Oh, they both failed. Just click them again. Like, what could possibly go wrong? Might need the dumper again, though. Where did I leave it? Where did I leave it? Oh, it's over there. Let's buy another one. I don't know how many bicycle things I own on this one. Oh, only one. I'll treat myself. I won't go too mad. Now I've got the construction zone unlocked on Sandswept. I'll probably go back next week and... Oh, it's doing the same thing with the scroll menu. Yeah, I'll probably go back next week and cash a load of money, and then I can just buy whatever vehicle I want. There she is. See, it seems very slow to get started these days. Even though I'm on flat ground, that was solid ground and all sorts. And when I did the concrete slabs facility, filling that big hole in, I was using the rusty version, so I didn't even have the best one. And I gotta be honest, I don't really see the difference between the rusty one and this. I'm sort of slightly disappointed in this one, considering, like, I don't really feel the improvement over the rusty version. Thing is with this map, even though you've got all the vehicles unlocked, so we have vehicles that can make it across this terrain, it's the AI vehicles that basically set you back to, yeah, AI vehicles. So you kind of got to build most of the roads anyway for them, really. I think it's somewhere along here they're getting stuck. Which, as you can see, it's a little bit juicy in places. To be fair, this, I mean, it gets its chin stuck like crazy and all the rest of it, but for actually driving through boggy mud like this isn't too bad. It always seems like it's about to run out of power, though. Most of the time it doesn't. Rebel, best time for a walk is 2 in the morning. Yeah, I really like it then. It's like, it's dark, but yeah, it's nice, peaceful, no one else around. So I live basically on a main road, like I don't really want to go for a walk at, I don't know, 7 PM, because I'm basically just walking along a main road with hundreds of cars driving past. It's not really my idea of a nice peaceful walk. Well, it's not even the cars, strictly speaking, it's the people in them. Don't want everyone looking at me. Hyperboom. Like the NPC semis getting stuck everywhere with the end bar. Yeah, it could be really. I'll get the vehicle out in a sec and I'll show you. But a good example was an hour or so in the live stream. I was taking concrete slabs to build a bridge in Sandswept, and it, yeah, demonstrated it pretty well. Like, I didn't even notice it had the bar on it yesterday, but it certainly does. Where is the quarry? Right, I remember it wasn't far. It's somewhere around here. Oh, I am pressing the right button. Oh yeah, there then. That's where this quarry ends. I'll just do one more pour to get it to this bloody sawmill. Hang on, is it calling this a sawmill? I suppose if it's including all of this. This particular building doesn't look very sawmilly. What the hell is that laying on the ground? Was that flashing yellow, or was it just me? That weird yellow thing. Oh no. Whatever it is. Is it just a massive engine? Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Is that like the radiator? Why is it like... Oh, control... Oh, it's probably to run... I don't know. To run a sawmill, but there's nothing really nearby. Send this thing back. That's what I mean. Again, I don't personally mind it, but... There's, yeah, a lot of road building on this map. Particularly at the start. Hyperboom. It said the speed and suspension changes, but I'd have to agree. Don't really see the difference. Yeah, I didn't with that. Other vehicles, there's definitely, like, you can tell between the rusty version and the new version. But, yeah, I used the rusty version to do the concrete slabs facility, and I used the new version to build the racetrack on Deluge, and I tended to find, yeah, it seemed weaker on Deluge. And I don't even think that was like terrain specific. It was even if I'm on like a solid hill, it just felt like it was slower to get going and all sorts. Which you never know, it could be a bug. Like there was, I believe, the Zik 605E heavy transporter thing. They've said they've fixed that now. I believe at the beginning of the game, I'm sure they said something like it was defaulting back to like the rusty version's stats even if you'd bought the new version. Don't know how true that was, or if that was a bit of an excuse on their part just to sort of say, oh, it was defaulting back to that, but yeah, that seemed weaker at the start and they've since fixed that. But I've not heard anything as far as the bicycle goes, other than they've fixed the flappy arse end on it so it doesn't keep pouring sand out when you fill it up, which is it's a good start. Oh yeah, there, Ford Tough. At least it doesn't dribble, yeah, sand out its arse anymore. Yeah, that, as I was saying earlier, that's a biggie, because... Again, like now, if I wanted to build a bit more road, I'd get that dump truck. For one, I'd have to reverse up there to go to the edge of the sand radius, but then it'd tip a bit of sand out, and I'd now have another lump on the road, even though I've just come across and smoothed it all out with a dozer, so... And then, as I was saying, then you can get your chin caught on it. You might tip over. I don't know, yeah, also it can sort of cause a bit of a chain reaction. Oh, I may as well go and bloody fix that place next. I wonder if, though, can we just... Oh, shit. A bit eager on that one. Just out of curiosity, can they cut across the grass a little bit? There's a Voron. There is hope. Right, that should work now. I was just contemplating whether to recover a bike or buy another one. I think I'm buying another one. I might just buy 2 more because they tend to come in handy on this map. Which one of these is it actually in? You'd think this one. Alright, it's not too bad then. Another free load of sand. I just find it quicker to cut out this way from the garage. Like, basically just spawn and cut across, do a little slope back down to there, instead of just going around that way. Oh, both AR routes made it, so he did cut across the grass then. Good for him. Hyperboom. Saw a bunch of people complaining about that. I never had an issue. Did you not? Yeah, it used to do it like literally every time. Which rarely, it'd come in handy if like, if you had a little patch at the back of it now that you just needed a little bit of sand and you were within a quarry radius. I was using it to do, like, it drop a tiny bit out now when you refill it, but obviously, yeah, they've fixed it. Yeah, it was a pain in the arse though, quite literally. It was dropping out its arse end. Yeah, because like I say, it just do little mounds of sand and then its own articulation knuckle thing there in the middle would get beached on it. Well, oh yeah. Oh, well, the AI did actually... apparently did make it across the grass there. I don't know how long that'll last though, because they kind of chew the terrain up as they're going. Yeah, I'm nearly done for the night anyway. I might have a look, see if I can get one more mission squeezed in after this. Oh yeah, in fact, this is why I made the road a bit wider. Ford tough, it literally spilled sand on flat ground unless you never press the gas. Yeah, I even, like, if I didn't press the gas on flat ground, it'd still do it for me. If you were on a bit of an angle for me, it wouldn't spill, but then, yeah, the second you touch the pedal, it'd spill out anyway, so... And, like, it'd get to the point with refilling sand where, again, like, this road in front of me, I'd now reverse off to the side just to let it spill a bit out, like, at the side instead of sort of wrecking my road. And you'll see on like my older videos and older maps that there's random piles of sand at the edges of roads all over the place because it was just, yeah, every time it spilt the sand, every time you refill it. It wasn't too bad, like if you were within the quarry radius and I'm refilling it now, it just spill out the back and it didn't really matter. But yeah, it's when you then like get forced to go back somewhere to be within a sand quarry radius that it now sort of bite you because you're going back over bits you've already done. Just looking there though, when it filled up, that's what she said. Does it look like the sand isn't quite touching the back anymore? I wonder if that's how they fixed it. I'm sure it used to fill, like, you know, flush with the rear thing. Now there is a definite gap. I wonder if we still get 40 tons of sand out of it, or if they've, like, sneakily sort of dropped it to 37, 38 as the way of, like, not making it drop a bit of sand. I mean, to be fair, it was probably the bit of sand that's missing is probably what used to drop out the back anyway, so probably still about break even on it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it didn't used to have a gap between the rear door. What does the door do when you... Yeah, it basically just did that for anyone that didn't have it happen. It just do that, but without tilting it. It just do that as soon as you filled it up. be enough. Dozer. To be honest, I could do with another one of them as well. No. Yep. Hyperroom, really? I'm on PS5. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. Only if I went over huge pots or bumps. Yeah, I'll do that as well, rallying around and it spills it. Maybe, it might be different on the PS5. There's a definite possibility. I think there has been, I can't remember now off the top of my head, but I'm sure. There's a few people that have said like things that seem to be a tiny bit different on the PS5. Overspill on sand, never had an issue. Yeah, no, it was pretty much like clockwork. I did notice before the patch, the back gate doesn't swing about like a fish out of water as much. I'm trying to think. Before the patch, the back gate doesn't swing around. See, I'd probably say it was the opposite for me. If anything, I'd say before the patch it probably swung around more, and then now they've patched it, it seems to just stay there. But again, yeah, it could well be different, PS5 versus PC version. Another normal Yorkshireman. Live at this time, madness. It's true. What is it? Yeah, coming up 6:30. About bedtime for me. Which, yeah, part of it though, I do like this time in the morning. It does look pretty nice outside. It's nice and quiet. It is actually looking pretty damn sunny out there now. Yeah, it's nice. I can hear the birds chirping away. Let's say a bit of fog over the fields. And then, yeah, well, I like night time anyway, but it was more the insomnia thing that brought that about. Rebel, it would spill on PS5. Oh yeah, you got a PS5 as well, didn't you? Yeah, I don't know then. Maybe that guy just got lucky. But what I remember a month or two ago, someone said something about the coding for the rear gate thing on that. I think someone rewrit the code and figured out how to stop it spilling. But obviously I think that was just for themselves. I wouldn't even know how you do that. Yeah, right, I'll have a look if there's one more quick mission to be done. And then I'll probably call it a day. Again, I just keep meaning to like patch a little bit and then I autopilot back into just road building mode. Do that shit for days. So I can't do logs at the sawmill until I get logs. Speaking of, you bastard. Oh yeah, it's a bit awkward around that corner. We made it the first time though, so it is doable. Clear the area and then reach that location. Oh yeah, and you need to patch that really. gotta wait for it to deploy. If you switch to the vehicle too quick, it kind of stops mid-animation. Oh shit, what the hell? Don't be doing that on your own. Where is the radius? Oh, there is a... oh, I've not got a construction zone yet to buy fuel. Hyperboom, yeah, before update it would swing like crazy. I guess I can see why it would spill like crazy. Yeah, it seems to have calmed itself down these days, thankfully. Yeah, even like stopping there, you'd hear it sort of clang and see it open, rattle around a bit. Oh, do you know what, I was almost about to autopilot start pouring sand there, although it probably could do with it, to be honest. I also notice, I think anyway, it takes a little bit longer to fill the sand as well now when you starts doing like the pouring animation. And if I'm not mistaken, is the pile a little bit lower than it used to be? I'm sure it used to look like it had peaked up in a bit more of a pile, unless it's just me. Whether that means we get more or less sand, like, it might still act like it's pouring 40 tons out, regardless of if it looks more or less or whatever. But you never know, it could be less. There's not really a scientific way we can measure it, I don't think. See now, like, I was turning right the entire time. The articulation is weaker now for some reason. To be honest, out of curiosity, that van there, it's actually quite easy just to drive over here anyway. Oh, it's not good for the front end. Tempted to leave it like that, to be honest. I've got to get this thing out of the way. Do I need any sand in there? Not really. We'll leave it here for a minute. Oh, it's doing the menu thing again. Let's go to links. I'm going to have to send a crane as well. Well, crane or the dozer is my options, really. Flipped it. Hyperboom, have yourself a good night. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Cheers for popping in. Ford Tough, you could see you could see if you can still fill a bowhead twice. That is true, actually. That's a good way to test it. Excuse me. It's just easier to cut over here. Yeah, we could test that out. Rebel, have a good morning, mate. Ooh, you crashed again. I'm going walking and make some videos, talk with you this week. Yeah, man, have a good time and, yeah, enjoy your walk. Where was it? It was a location I've got to reach for no apparent reason. Do you know what? I could have done that with a bloody dumper truck at that point, really. I may as well get a links over here, though. I'm going to need it at some point for other stuff. Ford Tough from it. Yeah, yeah. I can try that out in a minute. Van works quite nicely, to be honest. Oh yeah, do you know what? It might be easy just to bring the dozer, because pushing all that out of the way actually wasn't that bad last time. He says. If you go through that building, move the van first, that big panel falls and makes a bridge. If you go through that building... Oh, I'll have to check it out. I've not even... I don't even think I did that last time. Yeah, cheers for letting us know. Yeah, Lizzie 40F. You can also move the sand scalper to that sand pit. Oh, does it work? I tried deploying it the other day and it wasn't, but it's sketchy. I've also, there was another place on... What map was it? Well, it might have been this one, actually. Well, anyway, yeah, where I went and tried the scalper and I was having no luck, and then I went back the next day. And it did work. Oh yeah, I think I see what you mean with the building. See, like the little ramps you go up and that. Yeah, I never even just not been up there so far. Yeah, that sand pit would be quite handy. I ended up, was able to get the scalper also to deploy about there somewhere. I assume it's that little patch. But again, then the arm kind of laid across the road. Yeah, it was here I tried and it wouldn't work, but again, it does seem to be a temperamental little beast, that scalper. I'll have to give it a go. I'll try and get, like, again, next week, between now and next week, I'll get the map set up a bit. I'll try and get some scalpers deployed, a few extra roads laid down and whatnot. I'll give it a go at that sand pit thing. Suppose I should track the mission. Yeah, this tyre gets hooked on these concrete bits a little bit. Other than that, I was able to kind of... yeah, there, like... The hitboxes are sort of unnecessarily sharp. Once you get over them... yeah, you can kind of shove most of this stuff out in one go. He says, well, the vehicle seems to be doing pretty terrible at it right now. Tractor has screwed us over. What is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 bits. See, with the crane, if you deployed the crane over here, I suppose you could probably reach it and throw it all in that section, actually. I think I managed last time to get it all done in like 2 sweeps. Oh yeah, so yeah, the pipe sort of rolled off to the side. But other than that, I kind of get a good chunk of it done. quite as smoothly as last time, but close enough. Yeah, I don't really know what works out quicker in the end. I just personally recently have sort of preferred using the dozer to shove stuff out the zones. It sort of depends. Sometimes you have a good run with the dozer and it is actually pretty quick to do it. Other times not so much, and it probably would end up being quicker with a crane. Yeah, 'cause last time I just tried shoving everything at once. It did not go too well. Give it another go, but it's more that cargo with those two crane track things reeled up on it. I think that one acts heavier than the others, which makes sense, but I mean that's the one that kind of gets you. If there were just 4 empty cargo containers, I think you could probably do it in one go with this. This thing just had some guts in turning. That's what it is severely lacking. Just get more over there anyway. Did that last time. No, and goes over it. You just do a weird flash then. It almost looked like how you'd see lightning flash. It's a bit weird though. I don't know if it was just a game. A bit more. Not quite. this end, yeah, so it just needs to get rid of that bloody yellow triangle. Sure that van's not quite out then. Tough. I wish I would have noticed that before I filled the trench with sand. I did drop the panel on the concrete bridge. Yeah, I'll go on where was it? Back over there. I'll have a look at it on the bird's eye view. Oh yeah, I can see, yeah. I don't know, it never even occurred to me. Seems got the like black and white tape X's on it which kind of hint that that's what's going on. Yeah, cheers for letting us know. I just never even noticed. Right, where's the... Trying to see if it can fill it up twice. Again, at least it doesn't spill it now. That's the other thing though, if it was loading sand now, I'd let it fill up whilst I'm in the zone of the garage, because then it'd say unable to pour sand there. Like this now, it'll just vanish into nothing. That was like the only other way to stop it. Leaving mounds of sand everywhere. Saying that, if I refill this, I'll probably have to be outside the zone, won't I? Or just refill it, yeah. I should have left the dump truck where it was. Where's the nearest way out of the zone? There. Good, it's not that far away. Yeah, that's still got sand like right to the back gate of this thing. Jesus, I don't like that mud. Quite plan on turning that much. Definitely not spilt any. Half of it. Well, we'll see. I may as well lay it along here a little bit. So it takes a while to finish. The animation seems longer than it used to be. I mean, to be fair, even if they have made it less in the Baikal, it might still transfer as 20 tons, because that's obviously what the game will tell it to move 20 tons over. But it's a good point. It does seem to, unless not just spill any. If I go back into this zone and try and refill it, if it adds any, then it's not 20. Yeah, no, it's not adding any, so in theory it is still 40 tons in the Baikal. It's actually got a bit of a... it seems to sit higher than it was at that point. road building for today. Yeah, overall, as much as I liked Sandswept, I'm still glad I've got that one in the bag tonight. And yeah, there's a little starter look at Kernel so far. As I said, it's just, yeah, a lot of road building really. I'm going to end up building it all down here, there and everywhere. But at least on my playthrough, I can tell which roads are needed and which aren't as important. And I'll try and keep it a bit more minimal. Like, I've got roads literally just everywhere. Like, every little route along here is done. I went a bit mad on it. Yeah, I'll save them for next week, visiting Machine Yard and Northlock Village. And then, yeah, Logs to the Sawmill. Is that dickhead got stuck again? Yes, he has. He didn't even make it to the bloody hill this time. It'd be nice to leave them ticking along in the background, but I'll do it at some point between this week and next week. Yeah, get them ticking along for a bit, because I need to stack up the logs so I can do the log mission, which I need 15 for that. And every time one of them makes it, it's 2. So I need quite a few to make it. Rebel, I should have videos up by the time you get up. Yeah, fair enough, man. I'll check them out. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Return to hub. Yeah, I'll just quickly see what percent did we get to. I shouldn't imagine not a lot. 5 to 9% will be my guess. Nine. Not too bad then. 10% of the map done already. This one's, it says I got more money on that one for some reason. 77 million, which I definitely haven't. Not yet anyway. Not until I sell all the cargo I've spammed. Yeah, well, I'll call it a day there. Cheers everyone for popping in and hanging out and all the rest of it. Yeah, should just be carrying on. Like, I've got more stuff to do on Kernel. I think I'm about 50% through on my normal playthrough, so... But again, I've got most of the roads and that built, so just ticking away at the missions now. But yeah, enjoy your morning, evening, afternoon, or night, wherever it, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll be back soon. Again, got to figure out how I stop this stream. Oh, there it is. Stop streaming.